Hello, hello, hello.
Oh boy. We got a bunch of stuff we gotta get through, eh? Cool. I want to be able to, at the very least, get some power going on Muria. Question is, how exactly am I going to be able to accomplish that? Doop-a-doo. Ba-doop-a-doo. Grab this. Grab this. Grab that. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I do love the game loading, don't we, folks? Do 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 do. Ba-doom 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 ba-doom. What am I going to do in terms of power? From what I saw from the tooltip, all power infrastructure is vulnerable to the corrosive acid of Muria. So we kind of have to build power infrastructure somewhere probably very far away from any production. Probably. Which is fine. It's kind of annoying, but like, eh. How am I going to approach this exactly? That's the ultimate question. How do we approach this? Waiting for a fast transport belt. Cool. We almost have enough. Ryan Grimm and Sam Cedar debating about the Marjorie Taylor Greene nonsense. Because I think Sam Cedar's take on that was fucking dog shit, I'm gonna be honest. Did I say Sam Cedar? Yeah, no, it was Ryan Grimm. Ryan Grimm's take on that was dog shit. Sam's was good. Yeah, I really do think that people who are doing the whole, like, song and dance of saying that quote-unquote... Okay, you do need foundations. Good to know. AOC is materially worse in some respects in comparison to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think it's just... It's a nonsense opinion. I think it's stupid. It's very, very fucking ridiculous, right? To say that I think you are a silly person. I think you're ridiculous. I think you are stupid. If you say something like that. To be quite frank. To be quite brief, to be honest. I think that's a... silly person's, well, take. You have to be an idiot to fucking think that. I'm being very, very honest. Okay, I think I'm going to build power infrastructure over here. We're gonna need some foundations. Yeah, we're gonna need some foundations. But yes, the idea that AOC is materially worse than Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think is just like, that's just idiotic. I think you're stupid. You're a silly person if you fucking think that. I don't know. Like, what is it? F4. We need to have chunks showing. Chunks. There's a reason why we'll need this. Yeah. Yes, I think I have clay. Honestly, from what I understand from that, it's okay. Apparently there was a Discord that was set up 2 years ago. Correction. 8 months ago, called the Snarky Left. And apparently they were doing snark activities, but also apparently not, in that fucking Discord. Allegedly. Like, and there's like a bunch of commentary, like drama YouTubers in there that are snarking or whatever. Now keep in mind, based off of Kilotonics' video, and I've changed my perspective on this, I do think snark is inherently not bad. Inherently speaking, it's not terrible. It just depends on what's being said in the snark chords, right? Purely just depends on what's being said, right? If it's properly moderated and administered well, for example, like H3's fucking snark Discord, or snark Reddit, rather, then I think it's fine. Like, who really gives a shit? Because I used to think that they were all period speaking, just like the same thing as like Kiwi farms and whatnot. I don't think that anymore. Here we go, tile grid is what I wanted. Okay, we need the tile grid because of how this planet works. Yeah, we need it because of how this planet fucking works. So we'll be using this for a little bit. So, yeah, don't pay attention. Don't worry about it. We just need the tile grid for a little bit. But yes, as far as I can tell, Queeman, J-Stock, and a couple others were using that as like kind of like their snark thing, but weren't actually like doing any snark on there, and for the most part weren't really doing much of anything on there. And then like Nikandros is also involved in all of this, and Shamu as well, because they're saying, wow, these guys are fucking stupid and wrong, because Destiny and Dan Stockman are stupid and wrong. And they're looking to gin up a whole drama about this. Basically, from what I understand. Oh, they will, yeah, I mean, that's the Destiny and Dan Stockman standard right there, Clay. They are incredibly fucking malicious. Okay, right, so head back to Muria, drop off our cargo, then go back and get more cargo. Think we get rid of the fast belts for now. And that's like really all I know about the situation. Like, that's like literally about it, I'm gonna be honest. Otherwise, it's one of those situations where I just don't really care all that much. Yes, Chud Logic is also involved. I do not like Chud Logic all that much as well. But Chud's also involved as well, apparently. That's what I know. Otherwise, like, I don't really care all that much, to be honest. Can we place these on Muria? No, we cannot. Not buildable on Muria. That's fine. Don't think we really want these in particular, to be honest. Yeah, don't think we really want these. These things are very, very broken on Fulgora because you can just pump the fucking oil from there, right? And a couple of other planets. Corundum. Can we build these on Corundum? No, it doesn't look like it. Castra. These are broken on Castra. These gas power stations. Broken on Castra because you have free light oil. Broken on Tiber because you have free crude oil. Yes, I did see that as well, where Ethan was posting a couple of Instagram stories about it. And he basically just completely misconstrued the situation, saying, oh, it's been in existence for 2 years, for example. No, actually, it's been in existence for 8 months, so that's already false. Oh, it's been, orchestrated by a bunch of people. It's all about Ethan. It's like, not exactly, but, No, it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, it's Tectone. Tectone the lolcow supreme. Listen, Tectone has no other content. I mean, he's got a dying, well, brand. To die, like, in a metaphorical sense, of course. Just a dying, like, channel, dying career. Like, it's over for him. Threatened to sue a content creator today who talked about him in the past. Let him. Fuck it. Who cares? If he wants to, like, just schizo crash out, that's Tectone's prerogative. Who cares? Alright, these. Yeah, we'll send these as well, sure. All inserters are fine. I don't know if any of the modded inserters are going to be okay. We'll wait and see. Pipes. Substations. Power poles. Big power poles. Hypercell substations. I'm not going to send any of the zinc pipes. We don't need to. We'll send down more pipes. Bots. Bots. Don't think we need trains. Not for this base. These are useless. We need some starting power, so we'll send down a couple of these alongside all of these. Yeah. Production buildings. M-Tash is a content creator that he's threatening to sue. What did this M-Tashed individual even do? Question mark. We'll send down all these electrochemical plants, these mechanical plants, catalytic chemical plants, all of these. We need biochambers galore. These for sure. These as well, probably. Send down steam, condensed steam turbines, because we're going to be making a lot of steam. Speed modules, efficiency modules, all the standard stuff. Beacons. Do we want crushers? Yeah, probably we'll need some crushers. Crushers. Where are my crushers at? Offshore pumps. Presses. We'll send some presses down. Do I not have any crushers? Where are my crushers at? There they are. And some recycling plants just in case. I think that's everything we want. Yes, we also need the foundations. And finally, cliff explosives. I think that's everything we want. We need also the appropriate chests, of course. Of which I believe are all immune to the acid. Alright, well. Off you go to go fill back up on supplies. Actually, no. Hold on. Go back real quick. Do we send down some calciners? I mean, calciners are affected by the acid. Sure. We'll just send them down. Doesn't hurt to just send it down. We don't need heating towers because we can dispose of all of our waste another way instead. We may want some hydro plants, though. Yeah, we definitely want some hydro plants. Alright, well, time to stock back up on items. Off to novice you go. Alright, we are nice and full on stuff. Very full. Alright. What's up, Zane? Google MTash Tectone Drama. Did my fucking bot already suffer some fucking damage? Jesus. How? That was like instant. That's crazy. I mean, bots are one of the things that do get fucking damaged here. Okay. Tectone MTashed. What is this? Oh, it's about hex juice drama. And it's some shit in... Okay, some shit in like gotcha shit or something. Okay, sure, man. Alright. Okie dokie. Neat. Okie dokie. Well, Zane, have you ever thought that you're just very, very putis? Whoops. Wait, which one? Of Chud the Builder? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is just his face superimposed on Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm gonna be honest, I'm like 95% certain that's not real. It is funny though. It's funny. Okay, Do you take damage? Not that I know of. Yeah, that was the whole thing during... Ah, fuck. That's right. No, I can only use inserters and fucking long-handed inserters. Fuck, goddammit, that's right. Me taking my fucking stack inserters and all that shit's actually fucking stupid. Yeah, these are the only logical entities able to be used in polluted areas. Fuck! Just don't get pollution in those areas. Smile. Okay, well, just lock in. Just don't pollute too much. Yeah, I found the original. It's a frame from an AI video someone made of him crying. I mean, it's funny. I will say this. It is funny. Okay, we're gonna basically put this shit here, I think. I would not be surprised either, Zane. German and Filipino American. Neat. I don't know, all I know is that Tectone seems rather obsessed with the fact that he thinks that he has proof that Valkyrie and Hassan Piker are, like, together or some shit. I don't know. It's very weird. Remember, if you take trees out, you have to grow them back. Very important. I'm just gonna clear the ground a little bit. Do some landscaping. This will at least give me a little bit of a trickle of carbon. Because we need carbon for the steam recipe. Because obviously we're going to be using steam-based power. Because this planet has an acid neutralization analog recipe. And we're definitely going to make use of that. Alright, we got some spoilage. That's good. We need some stone. We got a good amount of stone. We can probably start to attempt to build some agricultural towers, which is what we want to build eventually. Let's see. Let's grab our offshore pumps so we can get the muriatic solution, aka the acid. So we'll grab the pipes, offshore pumps. Grab the catalytic chemical plants. We'll plant those trees soon. Although, personally, we'd probably prefer to use the electrochemical plants, but those can take damage. I'd rather not lose these, because they're going to be a pain in the ass to replace. But just don't pollute Forehead. And you'll be fine. We can always just not pollute Forehead. I'm not sure if these things will take damage. They are a modded entity. But it should be programmed that they count as power poles, so it should be fine. Alright, fungi tower. We need electric circuits. Okay. Circuits. Oh, it's a perfect little outcropping there. Plant trees. It's fucking dark. Jesus Christ. Barely fucking see. Okay, chlorine salts. Acid vial lichen, iron ore, copper ore. So that's how we get ores. I would like to be able to use foundries on those, but we can also use calciners. Problem with calciners is that we need to have a fluid with a fuel value to supply them. Well, maybe. Maybe it'll happen eventually, Clay. But who knows? Okay. Muriatic solution separation. Cottonite. $30 per harvest. So this kind of stinks up the place quite a good amount, eh? Well, not this process, but the harvesting of the cottonite. The harvesting of the cottonite is how we get lead. It's also how we get hydronium and chlorine. Yes, but the problem is that that shit's gonna be extremely fucking difficult to prove in court. Because that's a whole different can of worms. Have fun proving that shit in court. Because we could say that, yeah, lives were affected, but is a court going to give a shit about that? Well, that's a different story. Okay, hydronium destruction. Well, we can also use electrochemical plants for that as well. So we probably just want to use electrochemical plants the whole way down then. They're probably not going to do that. I don't think they're going to do a lot. Because what's the point of doing a lawsuit against Destiny and Dan Saltman? There's no point. Just let those morons self-combust. Who cares? Destiny, the only reason why he's doing this is because he's flailing in terms of relevance and because of his constant impropriety that he's already having to fucking deal with consistently. Because of how much a fucking piece of shit he is having to deal with a bunch of lawsuits anyway. Just let them crash and burn. Like, it doesn't matter. You just... Like, unironically, sometimes the best thing to do, Clay, is to just ignore and let them crash and burn. And I think that it's with, like, someone like Destiny, who wants people to talk about him, the best thing to do with him is to let him crash and burn. He will eventually just crash and fucking burn. Just let him crash and burn. There's no point in engaging with someone like fucking Destiny, who we all know is an incredibly fucking dishonest actor. Just like how Ethan did with Hassan, and I mean, it worked. No one gives a shit about Ethan anymore. Ethan's wholeheartedly irrelevant. No one fucking likes him. He's drawing the ire of more and more people every single day. So just same thing with fucking Destiny. Just let him go. $20? Okay. This produces 18. It's not 1-to-1. Well, that's lame. That's true. I mean, listen, if Loner Box and, like, Hutch want to go down with the ship, that's their prerogative. Like, okay. Sure, man. You guys want to go down with the ship. You guys can go down with the proverbial ship. Whatever, bros. That's fine. Okay. Oh, well, these things grew a lot faster than I thought they would. We should harvest them so we can get some carbon. Okay, so that's the hydrodonium destruction. Okay. Ethan's getting, on average, 120k views per live stream on YouTube somehow. Genuinely, who is still watching him? Oh, there's a lot of, like, weirdos out there. Okay, so this is what we want, this recipe. Hydrogen combustion.
Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
People enjoy the metaphorical collapse. So, okay, this produces 7,800 steam per second. That's really good. Which means one of these plants can supply about, wow, that's a lot of. Okay, this is a really good fucking recipe, actually, by the way. So one of these machines can provide enough enough energy, shall we say, or enough steam for about problem is that we're gonna have excess hydrogen. Can provide enough steam for about almost 90 of these fucking condenser turbines. And that's always what we say in the business, a good fucking deal, dude. The only thing we have to do is just supply this thing with about 6 carbon per second, so not that bad. So we can make a pretty big, decent steam turbine power plant. Because this is 500 degrees steam, we can directly sort of just port it into the turbines, no questions asked. We do a little bit of this. Actually, no. So I probably only just need one of these plants, to be honest. I don't need more than one, I think. Similar to Vulcanus. Yeah, these only take speed modules, no efficiency. So it's the exact same as Vulcanus in that particular respect. I don't need 2 of these things. 90 of these things, it's almost about a gigawatt. 2 of these things is about 1.5 gigawatts. Which is more than enough. So we shall do 2. The only problem is, again, the excess hydrogen. With which we'll have to burn off. Alright, so, assuming everything goes well, we have a lot of whatever the fuck. Food shops and Stardust are also our people who continue, or are people who continue to interact with Destiny and Dan Saltman and Destiny's community. That's been the case for a very long time. Well, okay. Stardust has been a DGG orbiter for a while now. Food shops is just like a weird pedophile, basically. Yeah, she's just like the weird pedophile. And that is, that's not hyperbole, right? And it's also not anti-trans shit. She unironically admitted to watching a bunch of fucking Yuri as, like, a way to satiate her fucking urges. It was very, very weird. She is very, very weird. Condensed steam. $8,000 per second. It's about 90. We'll just do a little this, a little this. Grab our efficiency modules. Put our efficiency modules for the rest. Lovely. Boop boop. It's going to process 16K. Cool. And then we basically have literally nothing to do with this water. So we just kind of want to get rid of it. Yeah, we kind of want to just get rid of this stuff. Let's grab the hydro plants. I've not been using the hydro plants to really craft anything besides just using them for their ability to void water or void liquids, which is very strong, by the way. They are very good at voiding liquid. That's 260 per second. And now that's 520 per second. Lovely. Okay, cool. Expand this a little bit more. Over here, we're going to start by growing our tax site. This shit, basically. This will give us the carbon that we need in order to supply our power plant. Because this needs carbon in order to be able to function. And it serves a dual purpose. This planet is essentially balanced between the fact that the lichen plants put out corrosive acids versus these plants, which mitigate the corrosive acids. So to give our, shall we say, a proverbial barrier for our power plant from any corrosive acids, we're going to start by planting these bad boys right here, alongside this area. It only grows on this black soil, specifically. Just like most of this stuff. This planet, I've said before, this planet is extremely interesting. Very, very incredibly interesting planet in terms of how it functions. So basically, this right here is the corrosive acid pollution. It's marked by the pollution. Any building that is not a part of the list will take damage. And it goes pretty fast. The damage is pretty high. Which makes me want to test something now. Modded power lines. Do you take damage? No. Lovely. Okay, good. It's because it's programmed as a power line. And so it not taking any damage makes a lot of sense. Lovely. Fantastic! I'm very happy about that, actually. Great, I can use these hypercell substations, then. Yay me. Yay. Vosh is just a silly... He's just like a goofy, autistic, well, very lazy, stubborn individual. Who is mostly just kind of doing his own thing. We can all admit he was a bit of an asshole in 2019. That's like, whatever. But in the grand scheme of things, in terms of like all of the shit with Vosh, relatively speaking, he is not as fucking bad as people say that he is. I'm gonna be quite honest. In the grand scheme of like content creators who exist on multiple fucking platforms, he's really not as fucking bad as people seem to make him out to be, really. I'm gonna be honest. Even, like, the story of annoying Vosh fans is more or less gone. Most of those guys, I think, have left the community, mostly because he's changed his tone and his style of content, which has been overall to his benefit. And I think is significantly better as well. To be quite honest. I guess not wanting to engage at all with a lot of the, I shall say, rather fucking dishonest attacks that were being levied against him because of a lot of the takes that he's had, has hardened him into being like, yeah, I don't want to fucking deal with, I'm just gonna do my own thing. It's like the Miles Morales meme of, fuck, I'm just do my own thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll probably need an extra amount of steam as well, because we need steam to be turned into water. That'll be our source of water. This amount of power should be more than enough for the time being. And I would say this is a pretty tileable design, I think. How much muriatic solution does this consume? Wow, this hardly consumes any. This is extremely overkill. Whatever. It looked good, so it's fine. This shit is very, very easy to just copy-paste to the next tile. If we need more power or anything, so we are good in terms of that respect. Oh, absolutely, Clay. I agree with that. Like, relatively speaking, Hassan and Vosh are, in terms of the grand scheme of things, are relatively normal for content creators. Whereas with most content, they seem to just be fucking ranting and raving psychopaths. You know what? Honestly, fuck it. Go big or go home, honestly. I'm gonna put it down another fucking set of plants. Fuck it. Why not? Oh, you'll fucking fix yourself eventually, you stupid bitch. Oi. How are you getting damaged? I'll send down some repair packs. It's because I think I harvested some lichen patches. That's why. That's fine. It's not a big deal. The esotaxite mostly mitigated the problem. It's not a big deal. Whatever. We'll fix that eventually. Yeah, it's these fucking things. These things are the things that put out the corrosive acids. It's not a big deal, though. And it's not the caloric rocks. What the fuck put out those acids? Whatever. Okay, lovely. This design is very tileable. I've done a good job with this one, I have to say, I think. Because we could just do this. Boop. God damn it. Didn't want to do that. Nope. Grow more trees. How the fuck are you taking a bunch of damage? God damn it. It's annoying. We'll fix those later. I can always just send down some repair packs to fucking fix that. It's whatever. Off to Maluna with you. Have I ever heard of the Do Not Worry podcast? Well, the Lebanese guys, they are awesome. I have no idea who you are talking about. Is that like Matt Lieb and those fucking jabronis, I think? I'm not certain, though. Is that who you're talking about? Is Matt Lieb Lebanese? I know he's Jewish. I think. Oh, he's Lebanese. Oh. Interesting. You know what? Actually, I'm operating under the assumption that the corrosive acids will never get to this particular juncture. So why don't I just use my better belts and items? Because we'll have protection from these, esotaxite Tactitite? Whatever. These things fucking grow really fast. What's the growing speed on these things? 45 seconds? God damn. Wow. And it gets us sulfur, carbon, which can get us access to coal, and eventually sulfuric acid, which we need. A lot of spoilage, of which we can just get rid of. Although we need a bunch of spoilage to make agricultural towers. And carbon, which is the most important thing, because we need a bunch of that. Okay, so these should be 80 each, so should be 160. At full tilt, this will produce about 14,400 units of cooled steam. Of which these two jabronis should be able to handle no problemo. Cause yes, 1600 turns into that, and this is our waste by our fuck ass byproduct dealing with problems. So I think we can easily sustain this power plant. We just need to eventually be able to start it once we make the appropriate gases and just basically kick the thing in the balls to get it started. The only other thing we need to concern ourselves about is the excess hydrogen, of which we can now think of a solution to. So these are now connected. Let's do a little of this. Okay, cool. Stick like this. Hosted by Anthony Sargon. Doesn't it with an uninformed leftist. Oh. I think we will probably need some amount of both oxygen and hydrogen, so we're probably going to put a bunch of it in storage tanks, which can take damage, I believe, from the corrosive acids. We'll store a bunch of it in tanks, and then the excess we send off to get voided by hydroplants. I think that's how we're going to take care of waste and whatnot. And that'll take care of probably a bunch of the initial stuff that we need. So what? We'll have access to oxygen, hydrogen, water, steam, 500 degrees steam, which gives us access to water, of course, as well as a couple of other things, which are going to be very, very useful. Capiche? Capiche. Good talk. This stuff's going to be kind of spread apart because I do not want... Because... Okay. When we set up the lichen growing operations, we have to specifically use a lot of, shall we say, particular things to make sure that the buildings do not get destroyed by the corrosive acids that they pollute the area with. And to make sure that they are surrounded by a line of these plants in particular growing stuff. Now, everything in these plants can just be burnt away. We can just throw them into the waste of all of the extras that we'll probably be making. We cannot make a... Because the acid pools here, the muriatic solution, basically acts the same as lava. You throw stuff in there, it's burnt away instantaneously. Perfect for getting rid of waste. And making sure that nothing gets fucking clogged, which is the most important part. Because clogging is bad. We do not want the lines to stop and get clogged. It can cause problems. And we can program some inserters to take care of that. Blah, 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 blah. Very, very simple, easy stuff. Yes, I've seen Matt Lieb make appearances on Hassan's stream and whatnot. Matt Lieb is a good bean. Hopefully. Okay. Okay, so the only other thing we need to do is to just basically kickstart this thing. And then we should be okay. We can, for the most part, hand feed this stuff for the time being. This recipe is rather efficient. Yeah, I mean, look at how much fucking 500 degree steam that produces. That's so much fucking steam, and we're not going to be consuming all of that immediately. These are a little short, but that's purely just because of the fact the beacons are not turned on. These will be probably more than enough to provide oxygen and hydrogen for this. That's fine. Yes, because we're actually going to be very short on oxygen as the current juncture. Although, honestly, if I were to just simply get rid of these... What's the numbers look like then? We'll be producing too much. Yes, this is not exactly 1-to-1 ratios, which is kind of annoying. Very annoying. I do not like operating with non-1-to-1 ratios, but we have contingencies to take care of such problems, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, cool. You're done probably picking up a bunch of stuff from here. Yes, you most certainly are. Off you go to Vulcanus. Alright, we have, segments to do and whatnot. Oh, I'm aware of all of these people, Clay. I'm very, very much so aware. Worry not, I am terminally online. So I am aware of all these people. Yeah, I'm basically Chud the Builder maxing. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. Alright. Could Chud the Builder get past green science? I don't think he could get past green science. I'm going to first... Listen, I complimented the name, because it's a clever name. I will give Chud the Builder that one, okay? Clever name. That's all I'm giving him, though. I don't know who Chad the Builder... No, Chud the Builder, yes, is a nuisance rage bait IRL streamer, yes. He just runs around and says the N-word, basically. Stupid and annoying. But here. I'm gonna grab some water real quick, and then we're gonna get started talking about the fatigue phenomenon. I'll be right back. Ugh. We're back. We got water. Remember to drink water. Now Alex Roivos is here. That fucking cringe lord. Ugh. Why is there someone commenting on the Hutch video saying that Hassan got embarrassed by Shuonhead? In what fucking way, man? Like, maybe if you're, like, mind raped, like these people, generally speaking, seem to be, for whatever fucking reason, you think that, but I think it's, like, probably the dumbest shit on the fucking planet. Yeah, man, Shuonhead owned Hassan Piker. Okay, bro. Totally. Well, have you ever considered that maybe Boy Meets Mini does not need any help? How about them apples? Anywho, we're getting distracted. We're talking about this fatigue phenomenon. Oh boy, TYBS. Alright. Oh no, it's TYBS. This fucking wannabe rapist. Alright, I mean, this is a phenomenon, I guess, like a naming convention that I've been seeing from quite a few of, like, these conservative dumbasses. These, like, grifters and charlatans and morons. Like, Think Before You Sleep and various others that we're going to be going over. But something kind of known as blank fatigue. And I'm not really sure exactly when or where this convention sort of started with a lot of, like, the low IQ chuds saying, like, we have blank fatigue. And if I were to take a guess, right, real quick, because I've not seen any of these fatigue videos, it's probably your standard conservative grievance, cry about a particular thing, politics or something. Conservatives love to cry about literally fucking everything. And they'll say like blank fatigue for basically anything. If I were to make a bet, I think where this may have come out of is the toxic empathy bullshit from Ally Beth Stuckey. I think that's where this is mostly coming out of. So basically, this video, or was it a video? I don't remember. Some dumbass named Ally Beth Stuckey, I think they're like a Christian evangelical creator or some shit, came up with the concept of like suicidal empathy or toxic empathy or whatever. And the argument is basically leftists are killing the West off of, well, not off of the what? Off of the fact that they are having empathy over like minority populations or immigrants or something. I don't know. The argument that's laid out is extremely fucking stupid because it's a conservative making the argument, so it's always inherently fucking stupid or whatever the fuck. And this toxic empathy sort of framework has been like applied to seemingly everything for some fucking reason, which I find to be very, very strange. Like, I don't know why this framework has basically been applied to literally every aspect of, shall we say, analysis for conservatives or something. Like, okay, just to get this out of the way real quick, the moniker of a successful, shall we say, country or system is its socioeconomic outcomes, right? That is the general sort of monikers of what we use to measure what is a successful country in terms of dealing with particular issues. And the United States, given the fact that it is a first world country, nominally speaking, does terrible in terms of socioeconomic outcomes, for example, right? Like healthcare, the welfare state, migration or whatever. It's terrible, right? And a lot of like sort of, maybe not migration, that's not exactly accurate to say. But mostly in terms of like socioeconomic outcomes, in terms of happiness of people living within the United States, it's fucking terrible, right? Nowhere near the standard or level that you would expect for a country to be as rich, for a country that it is as rich, rather, as the United States of America. And most of the arguments that lefties, broadly speaking, have, and what frustrates a lot of lefties, generally speaking, is like, the United States is so astronomically fucking rich, it has so much fucking goddamn money, that we should be at the top, the best, in terms of a lot of these, shall we say, monikers, these socioeconomic fucking factors. But it is a political choice for as to why that is the case. And that's ultimately where a lot of the frustration is being born out of. But all the, like, dumbasses, like, the idiots that we're going to be going over, think that it's born out of the left being toxically empathetic or some shit. I don't know. I think it's really, really fucking stupid, and it mostly is just these conservatives kind of telling on themselves, saying that they hate you, they do not like the American people, and they are okay with terrible socioeconomic outcomes. For what reason exactly? Just because. What do we have here with welfare fatigue? This video is about SNAP benefits being cut. So, yeah, SNAP benefits were cut, I believe, if this was 6 months ago. This is about, SNAP benefits being cut for, I think, when there was, like, the shutdown going on right around this time, because it was about 6 months ago. There was a lot of threats to SNAP benefits being cut. We know that SNAP benefits, for example, were also cut in the One Big Beautiful Bill. It should be fairly obvious why it is stupid to cut social welfare and benefits, because of course, like, a lot of people who just do not have better options need just some kind of foundation and floor to try to bounce back, which is something that the US can easily provide for literally everybody, but they just choose not to. But what do we have here?
I'm so dumbfounded right now. There are people that genuinely think that people who use EBT don't deserve soda, candy, or desserts, you're gonna tell me that my daughter doesn't deserve a popsicle? You're gonna tell me I don't deserve to get brownies?
Oh man, people are going to get so much healthier now thanks to the new administration. Which means not only are we going to save a few dollars by reducing SNAP benefits, but also the consequence of people not eating brownies every day will probably save us billions of dollars in preventable diseases.
You're gonna
Wait, how the fuck do you know that she's gonna get brownies every day, you fucking troglodyte? How do you know that? How do you know she's gonna get, like, a popsicle every fucking day? Like, how do you know that? I think she's just outlining the fact that she's very annoyed about the fact that you can't get, like, sugary, like, junk food or whatever the fuck, using EBT for some reason because of a lot of the fucking cuts. Like, that's literally what it is.
tell me I can't have a Dr. Pepper with my dinner?
Yep, that shit's bad for you anyway. Are there actually people who drink soda every day? No wonder America has tons of fat people.
And all I'm hearing is be great.
Oh, this is okay. By the way, this is like one of TBYS's like sort of shticks. He really does not like fat people. Now, I've said this before, but like, listen. If someone is comfortable with being fat, if they're healthy or whatever, I don't really give a shit. I don't give a fuck, right? That's really not my problem. I personally don't think it's a good thing to be fat. I don't think, like, it's 100% like accurate to say that it is good to be fat or whatever. I have like slight disagreements with quote unquote body positivity, but I'm not really gonna like yuck people's yums. Like, there are like, not benefits, but there's a lot of problems to being like overweight and whatnot and obese and whatnot, yada yada yada. But the thing that I more specifically want to focus on is that there is a reason why a lot of poor people tend to be, well, obese or fatter in general. It's because they don't have access to as good food, right? They don't have the ability to get good food that they need in order to be able to, well, eat healthily. And that's like the bigger fucking problem here that I generally speaking have.
Be grateful. It's free food. Get off of your throne of entitlement and take a look around you guys. Everyone is one bad day away from being homeless or even needing government assistance. Do you guys not see
that's
how that
true.
makes you look? Your lack of empathy and understanding is outstandingly atrocious.
Holy crap, she hit like...
Well, there we go. There's the trigger word. Uh-oh, empathy. Time for like this troglodyte to get mad about that.
Every item on the sociopathic bullying checklist in like 20 seconds. She says you don't have empathy if you don't want people stealing your money. She calls you entitled as she complains.
Huh? You think people on Snap are stealing your money? Hey, dumbass, do you fucking pay taxes? Your tax money is what gets allocated to the... To fucking Snap, dumbass. Are you fucking stupid? Also, again, like, think before you sleep. I know that you're not very intelligent or bright. Would you prefer your taxpayer dollars to be constantly being sent to fucking Israel or other countries to bomb the shit out of people randomly in the Middle East? Or would you prefer for it to be used within America to pay for social welfare programs, which is exactly what it would be used for? But then again, this is the inherent moron with like a lot of these fucking idiots. They constantly talk about how they don't want money to be sent overseas because this motherfucker is definitely against USAID, 1000 fucking %. And they would prefer to just have like the United States just hoard its own wealth. Like, it's an incredibly oxymoronic and like stupid way of fucking thinking. But then again, we're talking about think before you sleep here, who is, well, a adherent to a rather like idiotic oxymoronic fucking ideology. Like, okay, bro.
That she can't spend someone else's money on luxury food items, and she does this new thing that's in meta, which is like...
Wait, how do you know that they're spending that all that money on luxury food? Wait, is like a fucking pack of cookies a luxury food item? Hello? Is that the same as like a Wagyu A5 fucking steak? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Just remember, one bad accident can make you disabled, or one bad day at work could make you broke, which basically kind of sounds like a threat, like they're threatening you with bad luck if you don't do what they say. But no.
What the fuck? What is this, like, fucking schizophrenia? Hello? Yeah, man. The EBT bad juju is here to make you have an accident at work and all of a sudden put you on food stamps or government assistance. Like, what are you fucking talking about, bro? Stupid. Yes, that's a very good point there, Alex. Healthier food does cost more than fucking cookies. I wonder why that might be the case. I couldn't possibly think for as to why.
No, one bad day won't make me homeless because I'm not a drug addict, I'm not terrible with money, and I haven't burnt bridges with all my family and friends.
Wait, how the fuck do you know that that is the case with exactly the individual there? How the fuck do you know that? You don't know that fucking case of that person's sort of material reality based off of one fucking TikTok clip. You don't know that. You're just jumping to fucking conclusions there.
So even if bad things did happen, I would still have a place to stay. But as the term fatigue goes up in popularity, I think the core issue of why people are saying they are tired is because they are tired of all the people who are just a complete burden on society, trying to tell us what to do and acting like they are the moral authority.
Coming from a fucking dumbass who puts out this low IQ slop propaganda on fucking YouTube. Okay, bro.
Society has hit the point where we are just done with everybody abusing the system, and then watching excuse after excuse for why we are the bad people, for pointing out
Doge has been tasked with trying to find fraud within Social Security and also SNAP and all of these government programs. How much have they found? Very fucking little that the system has already accounted for, right? There was constant testimony from a bunch of these Doge tards unironically saying that, wow, we're actually really shocked about how efficiently the fucking government is run, given the fact that there have been so many fucking cuts constantly happening to the fucking government. It still is being run incredibly fucking efficiently, despite that. So again, hey, TBYS rather, might want to do some fucking reading, you know? You might want to do a little bit of reading before you say some stupid fuck shit.
not that stealing is immoral.
You want to know what's the most embarrassing take? Thinking that a human doesn't deserve necessities like food, water, shelter. It's baffling to me that some people feel like other people need to earn food. Not everybody should have access to food or shelter or water, basic human necessities.
I mean, it's pretty easy to find free water, but outside of that, if you don't pay for it yourself, you don't get anything. Unless you are genuinely too disabled to work. But Americans should not have to be forced to help the large pool of people who don't want to help themselves. I'm all for teaching people how to...
Wait, large pool of people who don't want to help themselves? Wait, TBYS, do you think that all disabled people are not trying to help themselves? Like, do you think they... What, do you think they became disabled by choice or some shit? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Stupid.
To acquire these resources, I'm all for reducing market corruption or getting rid of illegal aliens, which are things that will make this stuff a lot more affordable for Americans.
Yeah, so far that's not been the case. But then again, far-right fucking dipshit. Yeah, man, getting rid of the illegal aliens is going to help reduce the fucking costs of basic fucking necessities. The Trump administration has been trying to do that constantly, and it's, everything's been only going up and up and up, TBYS.
But outside of that, I'm not doing your work for you.
Not on my tax dollars. Nope. Me. I. Never you.
Allow me to fix...
Yeah, it's a very good point there, Alex. Hey, guess who mostly works the fields, for example, and provides all the food for America? Oh, unfortunately, it's mostly illegal fucking migrants, and there has been a lot of these, like, big ag fucking corporations who have been saying to Trump, hey, can you not be so fucking aggressive against our, like, workforce, please? We don't have workers in order to be able to harvest the fucking fields. Like, stop. Like, unironically, stop with the ICE enforcement stuff. Rick Scott has unironically said that the economy of Florida is in jeopardy because of actions being taken by ICE. But then again, just think before you sleep, know about any of that stuff. No.
That by emphatically saying, fuck you. What kind of world are we in where you are considered to be selfish for saying that you don't want to be stolen from by people who are too lazy to do their own work? Because I love how these guys will pretend that there aren't shitloads of people who are...
This is, again, coming from this, like, fat fucking loser who probably sits in his pile of his own fucking shit making YouTube videos.
Using the system.
What do I do for work? I don't. I'm professionally disabled. And his job is...
taking care of the professionally disabled.
He gets paid for taking care of me. Instead of doing it for free.
Professionally disabled. What's your disability? Being too fat? You know the reason they don't openly...
You don't fucking know, dumbass. How do you know she's fucking fat? What, just because she's got a little fucking, what, bigger face? Does that mean she's fat? You don't fucking know. You've not seen the rest of that fucking person's body. You don't fucking know. Again, who wants to make a bet? Listen, okay, I've never seen what Think Before You Sleep looks like. Actually, I think there has been a leaked photo of Think Before You Sleep. And he's about, like, what you would expect for someone himself to look like. But I don't really know exactly what... I can only expect that you probably look like a fat fucking loser, like Redditor fucking chud, like chud-maxing fucking loser. Like, bro... Again, like, I know people who are disabled as per the government. They're too disabled to be able to work. They can't get work, so therefore they have to be on the government fucking dole in order to be able to, well, live. Because, like, what the fuck else are they going to do? But then again, TBYS is a fucking Nazi. Like, if he could somehow, shall we say, kill off all of the disabled, he gladly would. He'd have no fucking problem with that whatsoever, because this is the kind of freak we're dealing with here.
State their disabilities is because they are either fake or self-inflicted and curable. This isn't a disabled person who needs welfare. This is a scammer who is openly bragging about it. So I have to say that if you eat your way into a disability, then you should not get welfare for that. In fact, she would be—
How do you know that she ate her way into a disability? Like, how do you know that? You are aware you don't get a lot of money on disability stuff, and unfortunately the bad food, the more unhealthy food is the cheaper stuff, so that's what you're going to get in order to be able to eat. Think before you sleep. It's a compounding factor, but you're too stupid to understand that.
cured of her disability really quickly if she couldn't afford food. Literally being killed by welfare, yet I'm a terrible person for pointing that out. I mean, it's shocking how many—
No, you are just a terrible person because you don't understand the conditions that have led to something like this being happen. Again, you made the assumption that that person was disabled because she ate too much fucking food. How do you fucking know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? You don't fucking know that. You have no clue because you just are a troglodyte who just jumps to a bunch of conclusions.
Many of these people who are telling you they would starve without food stamps are morbidly obese. And I actually kind of find it messed up to see people who are just flat out faking disabilities, like people who fake having Tourette's, or claim they are too disabled to work because they have issues that normal people have.
No, I don't really have a, like...
I mean, sometimes that fucking happens, right? Sure. Also, how the fuck do you know that person's faking? Because, again, you're just playing a bunch of random fucking TikTok clips. It's like fucking 3IQ shoe-on head content all over again. Like, how the fuck do you know that person's disabled? You don't fucking know. How do you know that? How do you know that? I don't fucking know that. Does anyone else in the chat fucking know that? I have no idea. Right? Nobody fucking knows. Again, hopping to a bunch of fucking conclusions, which is so far the main pattern that I'm mostly seeing from here. Like, bro, like... You don't know what the case for all these people are. It's incredible.
Job. Ew, why? I'm disabled. How are you disabled? Well, I mean, there are a lot of ways. Like, I mean, the first thing on top of my head is standing out here is my allergies.
This person is 34 years old, by the way.
Okay.
Now, I will say that the effects of having allergies suck and they can be debilitating. However, like half of America is allergic to pollen, and there are medications that you can take to get rid of the side effects. You can also keep your living space clean. I guarantee you she doesn't do that. But the point is that
Oh, okay, bro, yet you fucking worship Asmongold, who unironically keeps fucking Nurgle's garden in our own fucking reality. Like, okay, bro. Nice meme.
she is not too disabled to work.
Someone in my Instagram comments said that they hope that I get to experience pushing through pain to succeed. And they mean they hope I get a job. So they're just doing eugenics.
If telling someone to get a job is eugenics, then eugenics sounds pretty based. I have no idea what telling someone to—
No, you think eugenics is pretty based. Think before you sleep for a lot of other reasons. Not because of people going to get a job. You just want to fucking kill off these people, like, unironically, because you're just a freak, man. Like, you don't understand necessarily where a lot of these people are fucking coming from. Like, I have no idea if that person's, like, faking their disability or whatever. I mean, they mentioned allergies. I mean, that's not, like, debilitating or something. Like, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, sure. But, again, if I were to make a bet, this motherfucker is just cherry-picking a bunch of fucking clips to make his argument look good, because I don't trust anything that comes out of this dumbass's mouth.
to work an 8-hour shift has to do with selective breeding, but I guess that's eugenics now. Though you know what? Good. Keep making videos like this, because the more you do, the more you will piss off the people who are forced to enable you with their tax dollars, and the more they will fight for change. That's how—
How many fucking followers does that person have in comparison to the 1 million schizophrenics that are currently on your fucking goddamn channel, and the 500,000 fucking, like, low IQ morons who probably need to retake a couple grades in fucking school who listen to this fucking dreck? Like, you don't— I have no idea how large or prominent most of these clips that you're fucking sourcing from. If I were to make a bet, meh, they're probably like tiny fucking accounts, right? In order to just make these people look bad. Because, like, honestly, like, who really fucking cares, right? Who really gives much of a shit at all? Again, like, if you care so much about this fucking issue, then you should try to fucking do something about it, right? Try to improve the conditions on the ground, so then this is not as big of a fucking problem. But you're not interested in any of that. You don't give a shit about any of that.
fat acceptance got killed. No one puts up with that shit anymore. For those of you who watched my video on FatCon, a convention for fat people that I made a while back, you might recognize J-Bay, who was shown at the start of the video, talking about how happy she was to go to FatCon.
Announcement time. Ready? I don't think you're ready. Get ready. All right, y'all. Your girl Jay is officially going to FatCon 2025.
Well, it turns out that she never made it to FatCon because she got arrested for trespassing in a hospital after she faked being sexually assaulted. The body cam footage just got released, and the whole time the police are not putting up with any of her shit. Here's her trying to order a cop around like a servant as she pretends to call a shelter because she has burnt bridges with anybody who would help her.
Hit the thing. Can you hit the thing?
Can you come?
Yeah.
Make those?
Oh, yeah, see, the phone's not working for me. You want to try it again? Here, I'll have you push the buttons. Ready?
No, you're an adult. You can push them by yourself.
can't.
This is old, too. These people were fatigued about this nuisance to society 8 months ago.
What? How? Okay. Fatigued about this nuisance to society? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? So, trespassed? I think, like... In what way? Exactly. Is that a fucking like, just because she does... The cop doesn't want to fucking press some buttons on a goddamn fucking phone? They're fatigued about this fat girl or something? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, honestly, like, so far, like, what are we talking about here, dude? Like, okay, stupid.
As she continuously falsely claims that she was sexually assaulted, when there is camera evidence that what she's saying is untrue.
They're trying to raise me start.
Okay.
The last thing that we will ever do.
She goes to multiple hospitals, wasting everybody's time, and at the final hospital, when they tell her to leave, she refuses, so they call the police to remove her for trespassing. This is where the real drama ensues, as it becomes a logistics problem because she is too fat for them to forcefully remove her from the hospital, and after she assaults an officer, which is a criminal offense, much like that dumb obese lady who sued Lyft, J-Bay is too fat to fit in a normal car, so they had to throw her in the trunk of a much larger vehicle.
In God I say, in God we trust, and they cannot move me at all. And they cannot move me at all because I am 550 pounds and I'm a disabled woman. I'm a disabled woman. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I can't breathe. I can't. Hey, I can't breathe.
Okay.
Hey, I can't breathe. I'm not. What the fuck? What the fuck? Jay, what's changing? Jay, what's changing? 866. Call 5653.
Here's a little secret of the trade.
Okay.
If you can scream, I can't breathe, and then talk nonstop, you can breathe. Also, claiming that you're disabled because...
That's not how that exactly works, TYBS. You can still scream a bunch of stuff when you're having trouble breathing. Like, that's just not true. I mean, listen. Oh, a dumbass little fucking George Floyd comment from this fucking troglodyte racist? Whoa, what a shock.
Because you ate your way into obesity is an insult to people who are actually disabled. Anyway, the body cam footage is linked...
Bro, shut the fuck up. You don't give... You were just dumping on a bunch of people who may have actually been, you know... Might have actually been disabled. You just don't fucking know, right? Like, are you stupid? You were just shitting on a bunch of people earlier that might have been actually disabled. You didn't fucking know. Because you're too stupid to... Because all you do is just play random out of context, not complex, but out of random context clips, bro. Like, it's really, really fucking stupid. Yeah, apparently he hates disabled people. Now all of a sudden he's on the side of them. Huh? Very, very interesting.
In the description. I highly recommend it. I don't think I've laughed this hard at any other video this year, and it helped me forget about how many tax dollars are being wasted on people like J-Bay. Though at this point, I say good.
Is J-Bay even on, like, welfare? Is she? I have no fucking idea. You just, like, because for whatever reason, this fucking troglodyte hears J-Bay saying she's disabled while getting fucking arrested. We don't know if that's necessarily the case. Whatever. Who really gives a shit? She was in a wheelchair. She's probably disabled because of, like, how fat she is. Yada, yada, yada. Who really gives much of a shit about that whatsoever, right? Is she on government assistance or something? She had, like, what, 58,000 fucking subscribers on YouTube or something? She probably earns decent fucking income, a decent living for herself. I would assume that's the case. So, like, does that mean she's on government assistance or something? Like, what are we talking about here? Is she on welfare? I have no idea. I'm confused.
Keep behaving like this. The more you act like an asshole on camera, the more you'll piss people off enough to make them stop supporting you.
Well, unfortunately, we are in an environment where behavior like think before you sleeps is praised.
Speaking of, I haven't fully gotten into the people who scan the welfare system professionally.
I went into a lady's house for an inspection, and she said, I've had my voucher for 50 years. I made sure that I got my daughter on a voucher. I made sure I got my granddaughter on a voucher. I couldn't get my son on a voucher, so I told them that he had asthma. You can't prove asthma or migraines. She told me because she was telling me a way to scam the system. Because when I pull up in a 2013 Toyota Camry. There's usually a Lexus or BMW sitting in their yard. I look poor, okay? I look poor. And so many people tell me stuff to give me ideas to help me out so that I can get some money from the government. But y'all keep on thinking I don't know it, okay?
I know this might seem like a shock.
Okay, first off, like, what is this exactly proving? Like, what kind of fucking BMW or Mercedes? Again, random out of context fucking clip that's being put here for some fucking reason. Like, how the fuck do we know that she's telling the truth? Could be fucking exaggerating? We have no fucking idea. Because again, unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, expectedly, since this goes along with Think Before You Sleep's fucking narrative, he's just going to, like, pretty much accept it uncritically. Unfucking critically. Because of course, it's just like, well, what this individual must be saying has to be accurate, because it confirms with my schizophrenic fucking ideology, right? Like, we don't fucking know, right? Maybe it's like an old BMW that's like run down and super fucking cheap. We don't fucking know, right? Just because something's a quote-unquote BMW doesn't mean it's going to be inherently like more expensive. Could be used, could be run down, could be fucking used. We have no idea, right? Who really knows? BMWs do depreciate fast. That's from the fucking car expert. Boy Meets Mini, resident car expert as well. So, like, we're jumping to, again, a bunch of fucking conclusions here.
To some people, and I don't think it's every case, but yes, some people are very good at scamming the welfare system to the extent where they have more stuff than people who are actually working, and to the extent where...
How do you... What the fuck are we talking about? Again, that's entirely possible that this is the case, right? There's going to be scammers in every system. Something's always going to slip through the cracks, of course, but is it as large and pervasive of an issue as you're saying that it is, TBYS? Personally, I'm clicking X to doubt on that one.
where they will steal into the tens of thousands of dollars in benefits from the taxpayers or more. I mean, that has to be felony levels of theft, but you still have jackass liberals like that.
Okay, yet you have no problem with someone like Rick Scott, Think Before You Sleep, who defrauded Medicare and Medicaid to the tunes of billions of dollars and had to pay that back to the federal government. You're not going to have a problem with all of the fraudsters that operate on fucking Wall Street. You're not going to have a problem with all the fucking goddamn fraudsters that operate like chain grocery stores all the fucking goddamn time. You don't give a shit about any of that. Like, you don't care about the fucking price gougers. You don't care about any of that stuff. Shut the fuck up, bitch. No, you're just okay with one particular set of people doing the fucking crimes because it gives you an excuse to be cruel to the other.
That girl from before, saying that you're evil for talking about this.
And since every one of you are going to ask me, yes, I reported it. But if your caseworker likes you, you are pretty untouchable here. Like, they will give you ideas and help you do it.
If they want free food and shelter, then they can get that in a jail cell. And those caseworkers who are letting this happen should suffer criminal penalties too. Anyway, the hatred of welfare flunkies is at an all-time high, and now they're all mad that some of their benefits are being cut.
Just find out there's no EBT next month. My heart. There's no EBT next month. What is this pumpkin man doing, bro? Why the fuck we gotta start on Thanksgiving?
Wait, how do you know this person's a fucking scammer, by the way? Wait, how do you know again, like, how do you know that most of these people are quote-unquote scammers? You're just playing random fucking TikTok clips. This is meaningless, right? Because there was a lot of people who were talking about Snap getting fucking cut for a bunch of billionaire fucking tax cuts, Think Before You Sleep, but you don't have a problem with that because you probably think you're a temporarily embarrassed billionaire, you probable pimple-faced fucking weirdo. So you don't have much of a problem with this whatsoever because for you it's all about cruelty to people. That's literally it.
Are you dead ass pumpkin man? How the fuck am I supposed to go groceries if you gotta suffer? On Thanksgiving too.
No matcha lattes for you, I guess. I'm so glad this is happening during the holiday season.
Bro, who the fuck cares about getting fucking matcha lattes on fucking Snap benefit? Again, who cares? Who cares, bro? Oh no. She gets a fucking matcha latte every now and again and decided to film a fucking video about it. How do you know that this person is getting matcha lattes every fucking goddamn day? You don't fucking know that. You have no idea. Again, random fucking goddamn clip. How the fuck do you know? You don't know. You have no idea. You're just jumping to fucking conclusions. Again, random fucking bait clips.
Christmas, assholes. But people who can clearly provide for themselves refusing to because they're being given free money is why things like SNAP benefits are being cut. The idea
How do you know that they can all provide for themselves? Again, you've not proven any of this.
To get people working and taking care of themselves again, so that we have a society full of productive people instead of a society full of useless leeches who prey on the people who
Fucking says this fucking jabroni who just makes dumbass fucking YouTube videos.
actually work. Well, in response, some of the affected parties have a solution to their benefits being cut.
Y'all better stay the fuck out of my way in these stores. I'm walking out with cards and I'm not paying for shit. Trump, if you want, motherfuckers start looting, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna be stealing like it ain't no tomorrow. And I'm gonna have one of my cousins with me that'll punch your so hard you won't think a Jet 2 holiday hit your big ass if you think I ain't gonna walk out this stuff. I don't know about the rest of you motherfuckers, but I'm getting my shit, because I'm gonna tell you just like this on Jesus Lamar motherfucking Christ. I will be at motherfucking Walmart with my steel toes on.
Notice how this guy is mostly just looking at black people who are saying that they're quote-unquote going to threaten to do a bunch of looting. I've talked about this before, but 95% certain this is AI. I would not be surprised if this is AI, because that's also a phenomenon that constantly happens over and over and over again, that a lot of these are also AI for propagandists like this to glam onto in order to just propagate the fact that, look at all these black people doing all this crime and talking about wanting to do crime on the internet. They have something clearly must be done about this. We have no idea who the fuck this individual is in particular, but whatever. Is Think Before You Sleep going to follow through with that? Whatever. Probably not, because this guy is too much of a lazy propagandist to do any research into any of this stuff. Mostly because the cruelty is the point, specifically with someone like Think Before You Sleep. But again, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If someone is in a predisposition where they have to steal necessities and basic fucking goods in order to be able to survive, that is a problem with the society, not with that individual's predisposition. Like, some people are inherent scammers and fraudsters and just want to steal and shoplift for the sake of fucking shoplifting. That's a thing that happens. Absolutely. Is it as pervasive of an issue as a lot of these fucking conservative dipshits like to talk about? No. And besides, with a lot of these big box stores like Walmart, all of that stuff is already accounted for in their fucking budgetary discretion. So, all these motherfuckers who complain about that shit is, well, it's stupid and fucking annoying. But then again, these are the motherfuckers who have to complain about literally everything if they have an opportunity to do as such. But whatever. Think Before You Sleep doesn't have any standards when it comes to any of this shit, because again, well, the cruelty is the point with someone like Think Before You Sleep. But again, like I've said before, if someone has to steal from a big box store in order to survive, then that's just how it is, dude. Like, that is more a problem with the society that is currently in place at the moment, rather than the people who are doing the constant fucking stealing, right? It just depends on the fucking situation. If you want this issue to no longer be as pervasive, Think Before You Sleep, then you need to take care of people's material conditions on the ground, which are getting worse and worse and worse. But again, for you, you don't give a shit about any of that, because it's all about the cruelty with you.
And my motherfucking helmet, and I dare a bitch trying to stop me from walking out that motherfucking store with my groceries. Baby, I'm 250 pounds solid.
Oh, please, let her do it. Let her steal. She'll be the first person to attempt to get away from a cop and get caught at a brisk walking pace. You want to tell me that this lady who eats so much that she is at least 120 pounds overweight is some poor victim who would starve without food stamps?
How the fuck do you know that? I can make a bet that you're probably 300 pounds overweight or some shit. Fucking loser.
This might be Twitter racism occurring here, so this could be inaccurate. But is it just me, or do all of these threats of theft seem to be coming from the same group of
I
people?
wonder why this guy is specifically saying that this is Twitter racism, because I've seen what you post on Twitter, buddy. You are a really fucking idiotic racist.
Well, I guess that's understandable, since certain groups are a much higher burden on the welfare system than others by percentage. But I think everyone has been so...
Hey, I wonder why that might be the case, Think Before You Sleep. There couldn't be possibly any reasoning for as to why those particular groups might be bigger burdens on the welfare system. I wonder why that might be the case, Think Before You Sleep. Have you ever thought as to why that's the case? Are you going to ever think as to why that's the case? Probably not.
Worried about being called a bigot that we feel like we aren't allowed to point out that most of the problem behaviors come from the same types of people. Well, personally, I don't care. I would rather be falsely called a bigot than be stabbed on a train. And as I have pointed out in other videos, the people who share similar group identities hate the criminals because they have to deal with them the most, or the criminals make them look bad and they get judged negatively because of other people's actions.
What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking schizophrenic? Yeah, man, every fucking black person thinks negatively of poor black people inherently because of the fact that the people like yourself give them a overall negative perception in terms of all the crime that they keep constantly doing, which is, again, I don't know how many times this needs to be said, but a lot of the reasons for as to why black people are more purported to do crime is not because of anything that's being done by black people themselves, but because of, socioeconomic reasonings, the byproduct, the failures of Reconstruction, Jim Crow, redlining, white flight. light. There are so many fucking compounding factors that have not allowed black people to be able to build the generational wealth within the United States of America as a byproduct of fucking slavery. Again, 40 acres and a fucking mule, all those freed slaves are supposed to get, but they didn't get it. Wonder why. I think it was because of Andrew Jackson. I think Andrew Jackson was the main guy. Whatever. This motherfucker doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff. It's made it such that black people are not able to build any form of wealth for themselves, so they are always going to be inherently more behind in terms of a socioeconomic sense. This has been studied, this has been fucking proven, but you don't care about that because, again, you're just a fucking racist, little bro.
It's sad. So excuse me for pointing out things like this, or things like invasive foreigners trying to tell you how to behave in your own country, like African migrants telling you that you can't film in public in America as they dirty your street with illegal markets.
This is Savannah Hernandez in New York City, and okay, my friends, I was just...
Yeah, this dumbass is a fucking a conservative propagandist, by the way. If you're just unironically, like, going around just filming a bunch of dumbass propaganda to make a bunch of people look bad or some shit, also, I guess this place looks dirty or something, because there's... Yeah, I also know who this person is. It's like she's like a TPUSA drone or some shit. Whatever. A dumbass from TPUSA. If you're just going to go around with a camera in people's fucking face, then they have a right to be like, hey, can you, like, not record me and just, like, fuck off, right? You can do that if you want. Whatever.
Driving down the street, I was Ubering, and I saw this huge market of African migrants selling all of these bags along this sidewalk as these migrants, very similar to Paris, telling me that I can't film here and that I wasn't allowed to be, using my camera. So they're being a little bit aggressive. I was speaking to one of the migrants, and he ended up telling me that they don't have the license to sell these purses. It's illegal, and if the cops catch them, they will come and take away all of their products.
Yeah, this shit is annoying, and Americans don't want their cities to be full of people who are almost certainly not legally in the U.S. And like other people.
Honestly, like, I don't really give much... I mean, if they're just not harassing people, I don't really give a shit. I mean, you can have a problem with them not having a license to fucking sell stuff. I mean, sure, whatever. Like, I think that's, like, kind of, like, very marginal, and I don't really give much of a shit. But if they're not doing any ostensible harm, then I think it's, like, not that big of a deal, to be quite honest. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Like, so you film them telling you can't film them, and then you didn't show that clip. Like, yeah, I mean, it's just fucking stupid, bro.
I've also noticed that these types of undesirable behaviors only seem to come from people from certain countries.
Anti-foreigners mainly means anti-third world.
Hi, Asmongold.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously.
Right, it's only certain groups that are a problem, and people realize that, but because of woke screeching over the past decade, we are culturally not allowed to point out specific problem areas so that they can be fixed. We just have to...
Like, what specific problem areas? Why are you not being specific? You tried to make that argument with Somalis, and they're not a fucking problem area. If we take a look at the statistics, Somalis, for example, in Minnesota, have been a boon to the fucking goddamn tax revenue within Minneapolis and within Minnesota. They have provided more in terms of value, shall we say, in comparison to the amount that they take from the state. So... Like, I mean, we can just show the fucking statistics, but you don't fucking give a shit about any of that. But, why don't you fucking say, what's the problem areas? Right? Like, what's the specific stuff? I'm a little curious. Yeah, that's a good point there, Alex. Small towns that have their water poisoned by data centers, all the fucking noise pollution in those fucking small towns where those people are not able to sleep, those are mostly your fucking people, as you would claim, that are being affected by those data centers. But does Think Before You Sleep care about that? Not really.
Say it's a systemic thing that can't be changed. But the reality is that this is not helpful to anyone, and it doesn't lead to any actual solutions. But I think I have an answer.
I don't think anyone ever made the argument this is a systemic thing that can't be changed. Like, what are you talking about? What? Who has ever made that argument? Silly.
Allow me to introduce you to the Harry Potter House Cup. For those of you who haven't seen the movies or read the books, the students at Hogwarts School are divided into 4 houses, and each house is like a team that can earn or lose points. And at the end of the year, the house with the most points wins.
I'm very disappointed in you, Miss Granger. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor. As for you two gentlemen, not many first-year students could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points will be awarded to each of you.
In that case, all 3 of them were in the same house, but you get the points. Your team gains points for good deeds and loses points for bad deeds. So it's really simple. Harry Potter House Cup for race. This is clearly how people realistically perceive race.
Bro, what? First off, like, how the fuck are you going to manage the bureaucratic system in order to be able to fucking, like, manage this whatsoever, right? Also, like, this motherfucker wants to talk about, like, cutting fucking food stamps and cutting all this, like, government fucking programs, which have been very efficient, generally speaking, and there's been, like, hardly any corruption, like, found within them, as those fucking Doge losers constantly fucking say. Like, dude, like, what are you fucking talking about? Yet you want to come up with this, like, giant web of, like, a point system, of course distributed by race, as expected from Think Before You Sleep. He has to be fucking racist about it. That's being done by race in order to sort of, like, calculate how many points for particular races or some shit. What about, hold on, what about, like, mixed race people? How would this work for mixed race people? Like, that's the immediate fucking question that I have. Like, what are we fucking talking about here? Like, this, like, extremely, like, ridiculous soy, like, ham-fisted, like, analogy that this fucking dumbass is trying to, like, put in there. For what reason exactly? I don't know, because he just hates black people. Like, it's really simple sometimes.
Race or any people who belong to a group. The reality is that if you're wronged by a lot of people who belong to the same group, subconsciously, you're going to have a really negative opinion of that group. And on the opposite side, if you have a lot of positive experiences with a certain group, you will perceive that group more positively. And
how do you know what's a positive experience or what's a negative experience? How can you tell? How would this not get fucking gamified? Like, this, again, this fucking goddamn system, it's delusional. It's nonsense. This can't be, this is not sustainable. This won't fucking work on its face. This is fucking ridiculous. Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, are you 15%? Yeah, as you're saying, Zane, I'm 15% Latino, so this 15% of my points get counted. That's a great point there, Zane. Again, that's the problem with this dumbass fucking system. It's inherently fucking ridiculous. Also, a lot of those, like, tests to just, generally speaking, like, test how many percentages of, like, particular races that you adhere to are never exactly, shall we say, I don't know, like, accurate. But I don't know, maybe, like, Think Before You Sleep wants, like, blood quantum tests to return or some shit in order to be able to test for this stuff. Some other, like, pseudo-scientific fucking dog shit or something in order to be able to test for all this stuff. Like, again, like, how are all of these things going to get measured? How is this system going to work? It's inherently ridiculous.
Just to address the people who have been constantly shouting racism every 5 seconds like the boy who cried wolf, allow me to remind you that the people who do that are the most in favor of identity politics and judging people based on the groups.
Buddy, you're the one who unironically just came up with this schizophrenic bureaucratic web mess of a house cup games based off of fucking goddamn race, and the entirety of this video you have been doing nothing besides talking about how much you fucking hate other races and black people and women specifically. Like, and you want to claim that it's the left that are bringing up fucking identity politics? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
They belong to, as long as you're making group judgments against white people or men or straight people. Though
of course.
I think people should be judged on an individual basis, and I try to do that to the best of my ability. But unfortunately...
Cap. Bro. No the fuck you do not. I can guarantee you if I find one of TBYS's fucking clips talking about Somali people, he's going to be making some rather interesting judgments based off of that group of people and not based off of each individual within the Somali community. Like, fuck out of here, bro.
Doing so is not a natural impulse, and people are judged by the groups they belong to, which is why we have the Harry Potter rules. Everybody gets to play, we are all representatives of our group, and your positive or negative actions will affect your group's total score.
What crimes have they committed?
Trump?
Yeah, the ones in the Oval Office. What crimes have those people committed?
You want to look it up on Wikipedia? There's like a list.
Well, you made the sign, so I'm asking you.
Why are we getting fucking poo-poo Bennett? Okay, sure. Let's fucking do this. Bombing boats in international fucking waters. That's a fucking crime. What is it? Covering up the fucking Epstein files, of which there was a law fucking passed in order to do that. Doing the deportations of a bunch of fucking goddamn people, or like quote-unquote illegal migrants, of which the shall we say, the administration has not provided any proof whatsoever that they are illegal immigrants whatsoever. Yep, illegally bombing a fucking girls' school, bombing Iran, bombing in Nigeria. Like, we can keep going through the list. There's a long fucking list, TBYS. January 6th, unironically trying to do a coup. Yep, ICE murdering American citizens. Do we need to keep going? This is a highly criminal fucking administration that we're talking about here? How about all of the, for example, the jet that was fucking donated to the fucking president's library by the fucking Qataris? That can be a fucking crime, but you don't seem to have a problem with that, TBYS. I wonder why that is. Yep, crypto fraud, the rug pulling schemes, that's also fucking illegal, but does this motherfucker care about any of that? No, of course not.
It's true. I'm at a protest, though. Yeah. I don't need to know anything. I'm here for my community.
That's minus 5 points for white people for being retarded. Seriously, liberal white...
Fucking says this fucking retard. This complete fucking retarded fucking troglodyte. Yeah, dude. Like, honestly, your fucking existence in general is like minus 1,000 points for fucking white people collectively.
Women, alt-right groypers, and unseasoned food probably cost white people the most points.
When Southwood High had a problem with students fighting, they turned to Dad Power.
Y'all ready to have a good day at school?
The dads on duty are a team of volunteer fathers who mingle with the students, spreading positive vibes. It's led to a reduction in violence.
There you go. Sounds like a great idea. Plus 20 points for black people. I love it when people try to de-escalate and stop violence.
Yeah, in comparison to the cops who do a very, very good job with that. Bro, like, unironically, like, guys, if you want to fucking have, like, I don't know, cops be better at de-escalation, maybe you need to change how they're being trained. To not have, like, the stupid warrior mentality they have or some shit. Like, duh? Whatever.
I'm breaking all the chocolate frogs.
Vandalizing store property because you don't like J.K. Rowling? Minus 5 points for black people. Like I said, this game is simple, and it's how people realistically see race. You can...
Stupid, by the way. No, and it's also not how... It's how fucking mentally ill schizophrenics like yourself see fucking race.
Complain about bullshit like systemic racism that doesn't actually exist, or you can understand that there's a reason why white America...
We can prove that fucking systemic racism exists. It's been proven by multiple fucking studies that it fucking exists. And in terms of how the court system works within America, that is unironically, but whatever. Whatever, man.
Americans have a good reputation in other countries. Because I remember when I was a kid and traveled...
That's a good question then, Zane. Are points only counted if it's recorded and put on the internet? Because there's a lot of instances of people doing stuff that's bad in private. Like, how do you count that there, TBYS? Do you see how many fucking problems there are with the quote-unquote house cup system?
Travel to different places outside of America. My mom told me, we're in a different country, you're representing America right now, don't mess around. And we got in trouble anytime we did things that would make Americans look bad. The end result of this is that people in foreign countries...
Sorry, unfortunately, Americans have are, let's be honest here, a propensity to make themselves look bad, whether they fucking like it or not, because of their loud, boisterous fucking attitudes. The fact that they think that they are the hottest shit in the fucking room because they're the world hegemon. Or rather, not the world hegemon anymore.
Countries treat you better because of that cultural value. Again,
No, the fuck they don't. There are so many stories of, for example, like American tourists, for example, who come into European cities, and those motherfuckers are genuinely not really liked. Sometimes they will swap out the American flags for Canadian flags because Canadians, generally speaking, get treated better because we're not loud, boisterous, and fucking annoying like your dumbass is.
It's really simple. If you want people to like you, stop being an asshole. If you want people to like...
That's hilarious coming from you.
...your group, then help foster a culture that makes your group more likable. Like this culture of crime and teaching others how to be better criminals has to stop.
It's how you burn off a...
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Yeah, man, this culture of fucking crime. And this guy's like totally okay with the pedophilic rapist president that's currently in power right now. Alright, man. Totally. By the way, in terms of like all of the metrics of socioeconomics, everything has been getting worse specifically under Trump. I wonder why that's the case. You're not going to talk about that, are you, Think Before You Sleep? Are you? Nah.
Go get right on the side of that, like that.
Of course, the smoke detector. That had to be expected. She had stolen clothes on her shopping list, but not a 9-volt battery. I mean, this shit has become such an accurate stereotype that someone made a movie trailer out of it.
Someone gonna do something about that. There's this constant beeping sound. Do y'all hear that? We don't hear anything. Where are the batteries? The batteries for...
What does this have to do with anything, bro? Like, bro, like this motherfucker was like crying, moaning, and fucking complaining about like shall we say like him being called out for being racist. Like, I don't know, man. Like Occam's razor. Call a spade, you know? You're just a fucking dipshit ass racist by making really terrible racist fucking arguments. I don't know, man. Like, are you just mad that you're being called what you accurately are? Yes, that is a good point, Clay. This is also the same troglodyte who did that terrible fucking defense video of fucking Tectone's, well, rape.
For the smoke detector.
I couldn't stop laughing at this. Please make it into an actual movie. And before people get defensive, allow me to remind black people that these liberals are not your friends. Not only do they constantly preach behaviors and enact policies that will increase the likelihood that black people will get robbed or stabbed, but the minute black people say or do something they don't like, they get thrown under the bus.
Crime has gone up significantly under the Trump administration. In terms of every sort of issue, right? Trump and the Republican Party has been making everything significantly fucking worse. If we want to focus on fucking policy in particular. But then again, like, that isn't a reason that you never want to fucking talk about or think before you sleep, because you're just going to make yourself look like a complete dumbass. Also, fucking Nick Sortor. Yeah, dude, great fucking sourcing here.
Black and MAGA. Oh, you can be black and MAGA. You're a fucking sellout. You're a sellout. How am I a sellout? You're a piece of shit. I can't have my own opinion. Absolutely. I can't have my own opinion. You hate yourself so much. Oh my. You have so much self-hate.
The news reporters aren't your friends either. You're just a tool to them, and you're being used.
So you don't think you can be a sincere black MAGA person?
No, I just said, I don't think that, I just said I think there can be sincere Republicans.
But you can't be a sincere black Republican?
I don't think that you can be a rational MAGA, be black and be a rational MAGA person. I think you can be black and...
So what Think Before You Sleep does not understand is that there is a reason why there are a lot of conservative black people who vote for the Democratic Party, right? And they tend to skew a lot older. Why is that in particular? Because of the civil rights era, right? Where they were on the front lines having to fight for their rights while the Republican Party was trying to take it away, right? At this point in time, Southern switch has happened. Republicans were being significantly more racist to try to appeal to white racists within the South, right? As a byproduct of, well, the fucking civil rights movement. And as a result, a lot of black people started voting for the Democrats instead, because of the fact that the Republicans were constantly talking about how they wanted to put, well, black people back in chains and reinstitute a lot of racist policy while they were in power.
And be a Republican.
I think they would find that very insulting.
Right, it is insulting. And it's quite the flip, because Don Lemon used to say the same stuff that I'm saying.
Because black people, if you really want to fix the problem, finish school. You want to break the cycle of poverty? Stop telling kids are acting white because they go to school or they speak proper English. Respect where you live. Start small by...
Why are we, like, what's with all these, like, fucking jump cuts, by the way? Like, hello? I mean, this is just, like, general advice that you should just give to any fucking child. Like, yeah? Like what? Would you say the same thing about white people? There's plenty of fucking white people who drop out, dumbass. In fact, I would probably make the argument that they probably drop out way more, because there's a lot more of them. So, are we not gonna fucking talk about that exactly? Like, what are we fucking talking about here? Like, what? I guess, like, I don't know, I guess Think Before You Sleep has nothing to say about, quote-unquote, all the white trash that exists.
Not dropping trash, littering in your own communities. And number one, and probably the most important, just because you can have a baby, it doesn't mean you should.
Though the shift shouldn't be that much of a shock, because these people are liars and will...
Again, like, random, like, out of context fucking clips. I have no idea, like, what any of this means.
Flip on any issue the minute it becomes politically convenient for them to do so.
I think we gotta have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone. If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions.
I don't know why the fuck we're bringing up Hillary Clinton. Again, like... No one likes her. Everyone thinks of her as a fucking conservative. In fact, you should probably like her, Think Before You Sleep, because she's conservative like your dumbass. Well, you're not actually conservative. You're just a fucking troglodyte fucking Nazi, but whatever. That's a different fucking story. Hillary, like, no one thought that Hillary Clinton was correct when it came to the fucking crime bill. The problem is that it was politically efficacious at the time because of, the rise of crime that was happening during the fucking 90s. So, randomly bringing up this fucking clip, like, it doesn't really mean anything, like, to be quite honest. Like, what does this, like, what is the argument that we're essentially saying here? Like, now you are a big fan of Hillary Clinton because of the stupid super predator fucking bullshit that she was saying? Like, okay, bro. Stupid.
For you staying, you have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally, you have to pay back taxes, and you have to try to learn English, and you have to wait in line.
Did you know that all...
Again, like, no one disagrees with that, necessarily speaking. The problem is that immigration courts have been defunded by the Republican fucking goddamn party. The party that you fucking support, Think Before You Sleep. I didn't know that Hillary Clinton all of a sudden became fucking open borders in 2016 or some shit. Like, it's stupid. It's just stupid. It's just dumb.
These people were against it.
Yes, it's a very good point there, Clay. Yeah, red states have a higher crime rate than blue states do. And also have a higher poverty rate and higher infant mortality rate. Again, like, if we want to take a look at the top 10 of, like, socioeconomic outcomes, like, say, education, healthcare outcomes, what is it, like, infant mortality, guess who's always going to be in the top 10? It's going to be blue states all the fucking way. Because, again, the policy, morons.
Illegal immigration until like 5 minutes ago. I mean, these are all things the left would call you deeply racist for saying, but when I was younger, this was their narrative. They don't care about you. So why would you follow their leadership and why would you follow their rules?
No one fucking follows Hillary Clinton's leadership, you moron, on the fucking left. But then again, you conflate liberal and left because you're a fucking idiot, little bro.
Instead of doing what works.
I wanted to come on here and talk about something that is really starting to annoy me. So I applied for a job at TJ Maxx a few weeks ago and they denied my application. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I do okay with money as is, so I didn't like need the job, but I would have liked it to have made some extra money so I could pay off my debt quicker.
I think it's great that she wants to pay off her debt and actually get a job, unlike these welfare flunkies. But gee, I wonder why they don't want to hire you. Can anyone figure out why a department store that frequently has children present would not want someone who dresses like a demon? You don't think that might put off some of the customers? But
I can only assume that what you fucking look like, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who the fuck gives a shit, dude? Like, why does that fucking matter? Yeah, dude, someone who's got a fucking septum ring and has some fucking tattoos is going to eat a bunch of children. I'm also going to assume that she probably, because she's going to work for a department store, she's probably going to have like a uniform or something that's probably going to cover up a bunch of the tattoos or something. Like, stupid. Also, yeah, that's a good point, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, I think I would also trust her more than a fucking youth pastor who, generally speaking, just like to rape children all the time. Quick reminder, one of Donald Trump's faith advisors went to the slammer for about, let's just say, 6 months, for example, for raping a fucking 14-year-old. Stupid.
to be fair, some of these nose ring girls are now listening.
Okay, I posted a video about men not liking me, and the comment section is just absolutely frying me at the moment. But the amount of people that brought up my nose ring is wild. And then someone's...
I don't know, man. I wonder why TPYS might be bringing this up. Why don't we take a look? Hey, think before you sleep. I wonder why you have a hyper-specific fixation on septum rings. I wonder why. I wonder why you might be fucking constantly fixating on septum rings. I'm just saying, bro.
said I look like a Democrat because of the nose ring. So I'm taking it out. I just want to see, because I don't take this thing out. I just want to see. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to put this back in. Oh, I got it. Oh, fuck, I like it. God. Sorry, bad reaction. I like the no nose ring. Oh my god, I never thought I'd say that.
Another bullying success story. We're saving lives and making people more worth marrying. It's not wrong to give people correct...
Yeah, man, because people are going to want to marry your fucking goofy-looking head ass. Your fat, slobby, fucking living in a pile of his own shit-looking head ass, bro. Yeah, man, totally.
Feedback or poke fun at annoying or undesirable things that they do. People need to have boundaries set for them, and if they're smart, they'll pay attention to the feedback, whether it's nice or not, because not everyone is generous enough to say what's pissing them off.
No one's gonna pay attention to feedback that's offered from like a dipshit like yourself, bro.
Most people will just refuse to be around you and socially ostracize you.
Basically, the current...
That's fucking hilarious coming from you, bro. Like, how many fucking conservatives have been getting socially ostracized because of their like general ostensible fucking behavior? Probably like yourself. There's a reason why you simp for fucking Asmongold.
And state of affairs in Japan is like, Japanese people, like, generally speaking, don't really want foreigners here, and they're not really, even if they don't really want them to go home, they're not super accepting. Everywhere you go in Japan, Japanese people are like...
Yeah, and they're having a bunch of economic problems because of that. I wonder why the Japanese economy might be having some issues.
This guy's a foreigner, probably doesn't speak the language, can't really take him seriously, don't really want to trust him with too much. You know, if you got a job, okay, well, he's just a foreigner, he doesn't really understand the language here, he doesn't understand the culture, and they don't even want to give you a chance because every other foreigner they interact with acts like a dumbass, doesn't respect the culture here, and doesn't speak the language at all, and doesn't give a fuck, like doesn't even make any attempts to speak the language. It's like, guys, like let's do our best so we can make our lives better, you know, for everyone here.
Right. Why would you want to have this lowered set of expectations for how people perceive you? And knowing
Hey, this sort of standard doesn't really apply for America, considering the fact that the colonists are also migrants. Like, okay, then fine. Think before you sleep. Time to leave America. Bye-bye, leave America. You're probably of European heritage, right? If I were to make an assumption. Okay, bye, leave. Well, give up your fucking house. Give up your fucking possessions to a bunch of indigenous people. The actual people who have a bunch of culture and customs rooted within the land of America. It's like, okay, bye-bye. Yeah, go back to your diseased backwater peasant shithole in fucking England or whatever the fuck that you come from. Or whatever, like, dumbass, like, European village that your stupid-looking head ass is from. Like, stupid. Like, this argument just doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
that your group identity will have a significant effect on people's first impression of you, why would you want to ruin that for yourself and ruin it for people in your group by acting like an asshole or by not putting in the work it takes to make people think well of you?
How the fuck do you know that they're all acting inherently like assholes or something? How do you know that the native population isn't acting like an asshole to them? You don't know that. You have no idea. Based off of just like random dumbass fucking clips, are there definitely instances of like people acting like complete hooligans and fucking filming it within Japan? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah. I'm not going to deny that. That's a thing that can certainly happen. And definitely does happen. But is that the case for all of these people? You have no fucking clue. You don't know. Based off of some random dumbass fucking clip? You have no idea. Which is, again, I mean, I think the main criticism that I have for all of this fucking dreck from Think Before You Sleep. Random dumbass clips from probably a bunch of tiny fucking accounts that ultimately mean fucking nothing in order to bait reactions from troglodytes like this.
Talk about selfishness and empathy? Well, making it so someone has to work twice as hard to be accepted because you wanted to act like a dick is selfish and lacking in empathy. And they want to talk about
fucking hilarious coming from this dude.
Sympathy for the less fortunate? Why should I have sympathy for the less fortunate when they threaten me if I say I don't want to give them all my money? These people complaining about
no one is fucking asking you to do that, you idiot.
Losing SNAP benefits are in a bad situation for a reason. They weren't put there by bad luck. Not to mention that usually when you give people handouts...
No one makes that fucking argument, by the way, that they were put on there, quote-unquote, because of bad luck. A lot of the reasons for as to why people, generally speaking, end up on fucking SNAP or whatever is because of, say they lose their fucking job, or say they have a fucking accident, or say something happens in their fucking lives. It's complicated, and it varies person to person, which is an argument that you were making earlier before, but seemed to have, like, thrown that out completely for some reason. I wonder why.
It actually makes them like you less.
Trust me when I say the fastest way to lose family and friends is to lend them money. Just don't do it. They may resent you a little in a moment, but they'll get over it. That's far better than getting into a messy situation where everyone falls out, because you don't want people using you as their emergency fund. If you help them out once and they know they can come back for more, they're less likely to be responsible with their own money because they know you just bail them out again. I know this point sounds...
How do you know that? Oh, how do you know that? How do you know that? Right? I mean, that's certainly the case. It's happened before. But it depends. Depends on the responsibility. It depends on their fucking predisposition. What if they're like a drug addict, for example, right? And the family member doesn't know that they're a fucking drug addict and they keep lending out money to them for their fucking drug addiction, right? That's a differing fucking problem. They have a disease. They have an addiction and requires like a differing form of treatment in order to be able to take care of a problem like that. It's not fucking black and white like this.
It's quite heartless, but it's really the opposite. Sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind.
Right, you shouldn't be someone else's emergency fund because if they don't...
Well, unfortunately, for you, Think Before You Sleep, you're not trying to be kind with your cruelty. You just want to be cruel for the sake of cruelty.
Suffer, they won't better themselves, and they will actually start to resent you and hate you for not setting proper boundaries. Though the empathetic part of me understands that a lot of these people do want to be good. Like
you don't have an empathy,
is
bro.
Actually looking to improve, but she doesn't understand why she can't get what she wants, or why people respond to her negatively. Now, this is going to sound like it's contradicting what I just said, but I also know that if you really question them, most people already know what they have to do to make people like them, and they already know how to make their lives better. They just don't want to put the effort in to do the things they know they should be doing.
How do you know that? Same question that I've been constantly asking throughout the entirety of this fucking dreck. How do you know that? You don't know the predisposition that those individuals, generally speaking, have, right? And I've said this before. Have some form, like, the Nordic system has fucking figured this out so easily. Have some form of a floor in case someone is just in an unfortunate fucking position because of whatever fucking reason, so then they don't, like, fall out from under themselves. and give them the resources necessary to go back to being productive members of society. And people, generally speaking, wonder why, amongst all the G20 countries, the Nordic countries always rank the highest in terms of happiness.
So instead of doing nothing and wondering why things are bad, how about you start putting the work in? It might save you from being in a TikTok crash out compilation in the future. Anyway, thanks for watching. And
yeah, as expected from this fucking troglodyte who just, only makes videos on the fucking internet. Dog shit videos on the fucking internet. Honestly, like, as expected from Think Before You Sleep, terrible arguments, as always, based off of a bunch of, like, random out-of-context clips, probably from a bunch of fucking tiny TikTok accounts. There's a reason why I don't really like fucking looking at most of these fucking troglodytes. Because it's just stupid shit like this every fucking goddamn time with Think Before You Sleep. But we're not done yet. Hello, Basic Logic. We are back to our good old pal, Basic Logic. Last time we took a look at Basic Logic, he basically just put out a video talking about, well, why he's an anti-Semite. Because he had a bunch of, like, idiotic fucking conspiracy theories about Jewish people. Yeah, that's really about it. Just to take a quick look at the fucking thumbnail, because again, we're talking about the whole sort of fatigue, shall we say, like, format that these people are having. Basically, the term fatigue is being used as a substitute by these morons to basically just bitch, moan, and complain and do their, like, standard conservaslop fucking trick. Alright, why is Black America like that? And, you know, quote-unquote, black fatigue. Why don't we fucking take a look at this, you know? Why don't we take a look at this?
Let's not beat around the bush. You've seen the clips, you've seen the statistics, the wanton disregard for public order, the absurd crime rates, fatherlessness, and the constant acts of self-sabotage. So why is black...
What do you fucking talk... Yeah, constant acts of self-sabotage. Let's, again, like the same thing I said with, like, Think Before You Sleep, because he also brought up fucking black people. How about this, okay? This is just for you, Basic Logic. I wonder why, for example, a lot of black people are predisposed to doing a lot more fucking crime. Because this is a thing that happens. And it didn't come out of fucking nowhere. It's because of, again, socio-fucking-economics, redlining, the failures of Reconstruction, Jim Crow. There's a ton of fucking reasonings as to why a lot of black people who, say, grow up in inner city hoods are, generally speaking, in a economic disposition in comparison to that of, shall we say, white people that are living out in the fucking suburbs, or even black people that live out in the fucking suburbs, right? And in fact, this has been something that's been, generally speaking, been getting better throughout the past several fucking years now. I think throughout the past several decades, because of, I think it's like partially because of some policies that have been implemented, but black people are allowed to kind of get more and more on their feet. It's still a pervasive issue. It's still a fucking problem, right? But none of these people want to address any of these issues because they're okay with it. Also, let's not forget about the fact that black people, generally speaking, also make up the vast majority of acquittals from a lot of their crimes. So yes, technically speaking, yes, do black people commit more crime, you know, with the 1350 sort of like moniker? Is it true? In a technical sense, yes, it is true. However, there is a lot of complicated reasonings and factors as to why it is not the case, and generally speaking, black people also have the majority acquittals from a lot of these fucking goddamn crimes that they commit, right? But does this motherfucker mention any of that stuff? No.
America like that. Academics love to blame racism for any disparity between groups. It's their default excuse, designed to be an unfalsifiable, all-explaining ghost. So let's put it to the test, because in this video, I'm not comparing black Americans to other racial groups. Instead, I'm comparing the character of modern black America to pre-civil rights black America, a people which we can all agree suffered vastly more discrimination than modern blacks. Let's start with the most...
This is an interesting angle. I've not seen how this works. Okay, let's see how this works.
Obvious. Crime. Around 1960, black male homicide victimization, which works as a proxy for offending rates, was already at a staggering 42 per 100,000. By 1970, after civil rights, that rate nearly doubled to 78 per 100,000. And
okay, I'm already seeing immediate fucking goddamn problems. Hey, crack epidemic fucking happened, you fucking troglodyte. Who did that? Oh, Reagan. Why? Because he wanted to fucking make it more difficult for people to be able to push for more civil rights within America. And there was also a fucking crime wave. By the way, you want to know what also contributed to the raise in fucking crime rate? Lead poisoning. Leaded fucking gasoline. This is why there was also and we've taken a look at a video from this before, the reason why there was a crime wave that happened in the 90s and in the 80s as well, right around that fucking time, like late 80s, early 90s, was because the generation that had the most lead within their fucking blood were starting to grow up into fucking adults, and they were having a bunch of problems, mentally speaking, because of the fucking lead that was in the air, because of leaded gasoline and leaded paint chips. But does this moron know about any of this? No.
Today, it rests at about 50 per 100,000, still an increase from pre-civil rights time, despite the rest of the world going on a massive trend of decreasing crime rates.
Yeah, also, that's been also decreasing as well. Wait, hold on. Today. Isn't there reported, like, all-time crime lows in every single, like, Democratic fucking city, in every single city across the entirety of America? Which is only going to go up now because of Donald Trump defunding all of the efforts to reduce crime within America. Okay, bro. Like, nice meme, bro.
Trend of decreasing crime rates. You might have heard statistic that black people, being only 13% of the population, commit more than half the crime. But it is actually worse than that. Because it's not black people who are committing more than half the crime, but rather a specific subsection of them. Black grandmas aren't going around robbing stores at gunpoint. It's specifically young black males. And when we further control for variables, we start reaching population groups which we can almost guarantee are committing crime. This has pushed some estimates for murder rates among certain black male groups to be between 1 in 100 to 1 in 20. A rate of murder so unbelievable.
Okay, so we've already talked about this sort of fucking statistic, right? Why are younger black men going to be more likely to fucking commit crimes, right? I don't really see much of a point of bringing up the whole sort of, like, distinction between, like, 1350 or not amongst, like, younger black men, whatever. Again, where are the vast majority of black people growing up in? Inner city neighborhoods that are generally speaking poorer, right? And there's going to be a larger prominence of fucking gangs, right? That commit fucking crimes. Whoa, what a shock, dude. Oh, it's a byproduct of their fucking environment. No! Crazy.
High. It makes the entire Black Lives Matter movement look like a joke. With about 90% of those murder rates victimizing other blacks, it was never racist white cops that needed to hear about Black Lives Mattering, but rather...
Dude, the problem is that a bunch of racist white cops, generally speaking, go into those neighborhoods looking for quote-unquote crimes that people are committing. And for the most part, it'll just be like black people just kind of walking around with like a fucking cigarette or some shit, right? If we're talking about like the case of Eric Gardner. I'm not 100% remembering the case on that whatsoever, but, like, that was literally it. Or, like, for George Floyd in particular. He had a counterfeit bill, and he got killed because of that. Like, that's why he ended up getting fucking killed by Derek Chauvin. But does this motherfucker care about any of that? No.
The black youth. So why are the black youth so out of control? The next statistic I want to bring up is fatherlessness, which has a clear causal link with criminality. Despite blacks in the 1940s suffering literal segregation and vastly higher poverty rates, their families were much stronger. Back then, only 15 to 19% of black children were born to unmarried mothers. Today, that number is 70 to 78%.
Hey, dumbass, systemic racism can also still explain the quote-unquote fatherlessness trait that black people, generally speaking, suffer under. Guess who got fucking heavily criminalized as a byproduct of the 1994 fucking Crime Act within America? It was fucking black people, proportionally speaking, and generally speaking, a lot of them got taken into jail for what exactly? Petty fucking drug possession charges, possessing fucking marijuana. And that is the reason as to why, for the most part, they got fucking put into jail. And you want to know something that tried to help alleviate that? Something passed by your probable boy, Donald Trump. The First Step Act was helping to fucking alleviate that disparity. Because of a lot of people who got thrown into jail as a byproduct of the 1994 Crime Act within America, who got thrown into jail for petty fucking drug possession charges. Stupid.
If you'd rather go by parental presence, today less than half of black children grow up in a two-parent household, as opposed to pre-civil rights, at about 78% living with both parents.
Damn, it's almost as if their communities got over-fucking-policed, you idiot.
These are among the worst statistics for fatherlessness worldwide. But why has the black family been so thoroughly eviscerated? After civil rights, Democrats' strategy shifted to appeal to the expanding black voter base.
Of course.
And what do statists usually do for votes? They promise free stuff. The war on poverty, as it was called, had begun through massive federal welfare. But the welfare was conditional for the...
Yeah, why am I not fucking really surprised whatsoever? Also, Lyndon B. Johnson, this is a fucking dude from the 60s. Okay, whatever, bro. He was the one who passed civil rights, you fucking idiot. That's why he said this quote, dumb... Okay, whatever. Stupid.
Those who, quote, needed it, and determined largely by whether or not a father was present. If a father was not present, single mothers could be eligible for welfare that exceeded how much money a low-income worker would get. In other words...
What the fuck are you talking about here? So what, you think these fathers are getting purposefully arrested so then the mother can benefit off of welfare? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is like the dumbass fucking talking point of welfare queens. Like, stupid. Again, black men got overly fucking policed within America as a byproduct of the crime bill passing within 1994 for a bunch of, like, petty fucking drug possession charges and a bunch of other fucking bullshit because these motherfuckers were looking for any excuse to just arrest black people or arrest minorities, generally speaking, that they thought were being a little too fucking uppity, for lack of a better term. They got arrested, thrown in jails, had an effect on the fucking families. Oh, and there was a bunch of fucking single motherhood or single mother black families in neighborhoods as a result of, over-policing that we have clear evidence, and there have been clear studies done throughout the entirety of, the existence of not the existence of Congress, ever since the fucking the crime bill passed. And it constantly comes to the conclusion, as a byproduct of those policies, that they were fucking failures. That the outcomes were not fucking effective whatsoever. But does this motherfucker care about any of that stuff? No.
The government directly incentivized black women to divorce their husbands and marry the state.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Why is a Bible verse being put up here? What? Dude. I thought the fucking, the anti-Semitism from this dumbass was fucking bad enough. This is even worse, to be honest.
Policy outcomes cannot be denied. All reversals of black America's progress started during...
That's a very good point there, Alex. Yeah, also he's comparing black people now to black people during Jim Crow. Black people will be arrested for the dumbest crimes and thrown in jail to do slave labor. So he's a liar that there was less black people imprisoned during Jim Crow. That's a very, very good point there, Alex, right? Given the fact that Jim Crow was a policy, like, unironically, if a black person went to, like, a white-only fucking water fountain, they'd get thrown in jail for that. But whatever, like, do you think this motherfucker cares about any of that stuff? No, he doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff, right? He makes the fucking claim, for example, that, all these, like, murders were just not as prominent pre-fucking civil rights, but it started going up ever since, after civil rights. I wonder why that is the case. It's like, yeah, but there were still plenty of black people that were getting arrested pre-civil rights for, like, the stupidest fucking crimes imaginable, just because they looked at a fucking white person in a funny way. Like, shut the fuck up, bro.
In this period, the state, of course, had to justify the cost of this massive welfare scheme to the rest of the American population, claiming that it was the white man's burden. Historical injustice had created this poverty, and so it was white people's jobs to fix it. Since the black fathers were now removed from the picture, black families lost their own protectors and providers. And so
this is fucking mentally retarded. Also, there's no book called Timothy. It's either 1 Timothy or 2 Timothy. Oh, okay, so he's fucking lying about that as well. Like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about here? It's like, yeah, man, everyone's claiming that it's the white man's burden, considering the fact that it's the white man who fucking enslaved black people. But whatever, sure, man, totally, within the United States of America. So, like, technically speaking, yes, it would be the white man's burden to try to do something about that. But whatever, this dumbass doesn't care about any of that. Like, what are we talking about here? Again, the pandemic of quote-unquote fatherless homes is a byproduct of, again, a policy implemented by white people. The 1994 crime bill was passed by fucking white people. Like, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. God, it's stupid. He's just an idiot, dude.
This became a permanent situation. Should we be surprised that young black men who grew up without a father live in a society that sabotaged the main source of commitment in a man's life, marriage, and are taught not to take responsibility for their own lives, and that all their problems are white people's faults, that they would become disenfranchised and delinquent? Therefore, what we're left...
No, they got fucking disenfranchised because of other reasons. Because of the 1994 fucking goddamn crime bill. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. It's like social conditions. That's the fucking issue, dumbass. But you don't care about any of that, because it would debunk the schizophrenic conspiracy theory that you currently work with.
Of today is a perpetual underclass, which abandon their families, murder their own brothers, and...
I wonder if that's a fucking problem with capitalism. Uh-oh. Hold on. Talking about black people being kept as a permanent underclass? I don't think you want to go there, Basic Logic. I don't think you want to go there because you may have some fucking issues there. I wonder why the current economic system of production that we have right now may want black people to be kept as a permanent fucking underclass. I wonder why that might be the case. Couldn't it be because it makes it such that this is a population that's going to be more easily exploited? No, that would make too much sense for someone like Basic Logic, who doesn't give a fuck about any of that stuff.
Forsake the rule of law, kept financially afloat by guilt-tripping the same people they blame for all their problems.
Of
all
course.
Our lives, we were taught to judge by the content of one's character, and the content of modern black America's character.
Oh, please, the content of one... Don't fucking bastardize the Martin Luther King Jr. quote in that way, you fucking schizophrenic. By, like, I don't know, doing this, like, extremely fucking dumbass fucking propaganda. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Is lacking. They can now serve only as an example
Hi,
for
Thomas
all other
Sowell.
groups that wish to be the best version of themselves on what not to do.
Yeah, man, and Thomas Sowell, who gets constantly laughed out of the room by actual fucking economists for being like a complete fucking troglodyte. Everyone constantly makes fun of Thomas Sowell's fucking theories because they've been constantly disproven over and over and over again. Like, again, 1994 crime bill. You want to talk about fatherless homes? There's your fucking reasoning for as to why there's a lot more fatherless homes. Why did crime increase within the fucking 80s? Oh, because of fucking leaded gasoline and leaded paint chips, which prescribe to the increase of fucking crime. There's videos about this. There's been studies done about this. And by the way, there were American scientists during the 20s who knew about the side effects that leaded gasoline would fucking have. But did Ford give a shit about any of that stuff? No. Did the oil companies give a shit about any of that stuff? No, because leaded gasoline was cheaper for them to produce. But does Basic Logic know about this basic fucking history? No, of course not. Final fucking goddamn meme. Hi, Tectone. Now we have ugly woman fatigue. Well, that's new. Tectone also throwing his hat in the ring of the fatigue sort of trend. Why don't we take a look?
Women fatigue. Title of this video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Why are ugly women in everything now? Boy, oh boy, what I love to talk about this shit. Let's get into it.
In case you still had a thread of hope that video games were going to get better, it has officially been leaked that the new God of War Sony Santa Monica game will star Kratos' wife in the lead role. There is no God.
I mean, that sounds interesting. As
The
a big fan
American
of this.
people are tired of women.
Not the time, Zane. But real.
I mean, that sounds interesting. As a big fan of this God of War, I have yet to play Ragnarok, but it's next on my list. Amazing game. Amazing game. I've always wondered who the woman that Kratos wifed up was, so I would like to know that. Is it going to be
Faye?
I don't know what the game's going to be, but I think this game...
Wait, hold on. Isn't there cutscenes with Faye in the first God of War? Does he know? He says he plays the game. Does he know? I've not even played the fucking first God of War. I think I have it in my library. But wait, doesn't he know? Isn't there cutscenes with Faye in the first God of War? Let me double check that. No. Okay. I was incorrect in that particular assessment. All of the fake cutscenes happened in God of War Ragnarok, right? Okay, double checking. Didn't play the fucking game. I've mostly, like, watched a bunch of, like, cutscenes and stuff online. Mostly because the game is fucking expensive and I can't fucking afford it. It is what it is.
It was fucking amazing.
God of War in the new God of War game. Yes, you heard that correctly. Anybody else exhausted of freaking girl bosses just in...
Well, I don't know if she is going to be a girl boss. There's also a difference between being... And once again, I'm playing...
Didn't she... Wait, isn't there like a story, and it's been said multiple times in references of the video game, that Faye fought Thor or something, and that she was always like a prominent fucking warrior or some shit? Isn't that a fucking thing within... I've mostly like watched a bunch of cutscenes. I've seen like some Let's Plays and shit like that of the games. Isn't it like didn't Faye, like, her story as it got more fleshed out within Ragnarok, she was like a well-known warrior of legend within the game or something? I think it's also like in line with the lore as well. I mean, it's also a prominent thing within Norse society as well, that there were prominent women warriors as well that happened in Norse society. Like, huh? Do they know? I don't think they know, guys.
Comes out of here. There's a big difference between a woman having self-respect and being powerful versus a character confusing being a self-respectable woman and just being an obnoxious, ugly bitch. There's a lot of very well...
That's fucking hilarious coming from this rapist over here.
...written female characters. I believe Ciri of Witcher is actually a great example of that. I believe this character is very overhated. I thought Ciri was an amazing character.
I guess Tectone has some actual fucking standards from this. I agree with Tectone here, actually. Yes, Ciri being put... Like, all of the hate that Ciri had gotten in the Witcher 4 trailer, I think during that one Game Awards, I think, last year, in 2025, I think. Was it 2020? It was either 2024 or 2025. I think it was 2024, right? It was a trailer with Ciri when in The Witcher 3, from what I recall correctly, Geralt himself said he was fucking retiring, and that was the canon ending, where Geralt was retiring from being a Witcher, and he wanted Ciri to take over his position as the Witcher within the universe of The Witcher. So her being hated as the... well, new main protagonist in The Witcher 4 just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, it's very stupid. It's like, but Geralt literally said that was going to happen. Like, stupid.
As well as other characters like Tali from Mass Effect, very well-written female character. Lara Croft, she's whatever. Eve from Stellar Blade's great. I thought Aloy...
The fucking Eve from Stellar Blade is a well-written character. When they tried to do fucking Nier Automata, but Stellar Blade was just such a terrible attempt at fucking creating like the very deep messaging and sort of lore that comes alongside with fucking Nier Automata, because the Korean developers were more obsessed with making their fucking Gooner bait. Like, okay, bro, nice meme.
In Horizon Zero Dawn was good for the first one. Oh, Grace from Resident Evil was amazing. Ada Wong was amazing. Yeah, Cortana from Halo, absolutely. 100%, just to name a few.
All of your media now. You can't enjoy anything anymore. All of it has to have girl bosses now. One of my favorite things to do now is see which game developers post about Women's Day and then go over to the Steam DB and point and laugh at the 10 people playing their game.
I mean, yeah, look at the original Blizzard crew and then look at the new one. I actually believe this is Blizzard headquarters now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, a bunch of blue-haired lesbians is definitely a big red flag, yeah.
I only see one quote-unquote blue-haired Tectone. Do you have these things? They're called eyeballs, Tectone. They're called eyeballs. Okay? Whoa. Pay attention, Tectone, okay? This is very important. They're called eyeballs. You use them to see. Use them to see color. And in this image, I'm only seeing one blue-haired lesbian. Alright, bro.
That's really rough.
Did we forget that having ovaries basically guarantees you can't make a good video game? Outer Worlds...
What? What the fuck are you talking about? How many fucking video games have been created by the women leads and shit like that? and have been really critically acclaimed and very what the fuck are we talking about here? Hello? Okay, like stupid.
Women made something good that I was shocked that it was written by a woman. I can't remember what it was. Oh, Claire Expedition 33. I believe that was written by a husband and a wife, as well as a woman wrote Demon Slayer.
World's 2, $100 million budget. Post about Women's Day, 158 people online. 1348.
What? Just the basis of the argument, for example, of the companies posting about Women's Day and people having like X amount of games. Like, when did Outer Wilds even fucking come out? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? What? Outer Wilds release date. When did this come out? It was in It was a 7-year-old game. When was that fucking tweet? When did this tweet come out from Obsidian? Oh, we don't have a date on this fucking tweet when it came out. Well, that's a little convenient, isn't it? I'm going to operate on the assumption that this probably came out during, what, 2025 or 2026? Dude, this is a 6-year-old game, 7-year-old game. Does it make sense it's not going to be as many people fucking playing it or something? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Okay, bro. Nice meme. New creative director of Warframe is a woman, and they had their best record years in players and money. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Schizophrenia. Yeah, it's just schizophrenia.
About Women's Day, 158 people online. 1348 X-Voto, the new lesbian girl boss game. Look at all the mental illness on the team. They just had a post.
Bro, what the fuck are we talking about? Okay, when did this fucking game come out? Was released on March 12th, 2026. Okay. It just seems like it was not a very well-received game. Okay. I don't think it's like a byproduct. I've never even heard of this fucking game, I'm going to be honest here. I don't think it's a byproduct of the quote-unquote all the pervasive lesbians that were working on this game. I think there may be other factors for as to why people did not like this game.
Post about Women's Day, 0 people online.
Yeah, that game looked really rough, I'm not going to lie.
Peaked at 167 players.
Yeah, like...
$100 million.
Okay, like, unironically, hey, Tectone, talking about, like, hey, the game looked really rough. Yeah, the game was just probably not very good. That's a different story than it being a byproduct of all the women-led fucking development teams or some shit. And I don't even know what the fucking goddamn argument that's being made here. Like, these women are, like, all ugly, and it's women-led teams or some shit, and we don't even know if that's the case. Like, I don't fucking understand. And they're making a bad game, and they make, like, I don't know, posts, for example, that about Women's Day being celebratory of the women that work in their company and their teams, but the game that came out was not particularly good. I just don't understand. Like, what is the fucking argument that's being made here? Like, what exactly we're trying to correlate here? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Also, like, why $100 million budget, but this has like an 85% fucking approval rating, like, in terms of the people who make reviews. Like, people seem to have liked the game or something. I just don't understand. It just doesn't make any sense to me, dude. Lords of the Fallen was made by men and it sucks. Yeah, we can point to a bunch of games that were made by men and they fucking suck. Some games just suck. It doesn't mean that a women-led team, even if these are women-led teams, we have no fucking idea if that's the case whatsoever. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're just terrible fucking that they're going to be inherently good or fucking bad based off of the gender who's working on them. Again,
Fake news.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
Our budget. Photo of the ugly bull dykes who work there. 40 people online. Even big franchises suffer this fate. Halo Infinite posted about Women's Day. Bro, only 700 people online in the world on PC right now playing Halo.
Didn't Halo Infinite have a bunch of fucking other problems and it was just kind of like mid, right, for like a Halo game? And a lot of those, again, because we have to like pay attention more so to the amount of reviews. 179k reviews, because I mean Halo Infinite's a massive fucking game. Also, we're specifically focusing on Halo Infinite multiplayer, so this can be sort of affected by general patches and whatnot. And also, isn't Halo Infinite? It's been out for like several fucking years at this point. What, like, when did this fucking release? I have Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite's a 5-year-old game. People have moved on from other games. Like, what are we doing here? Okay, bro. Stupid.
online
That's
in the world
crazy.
on PC right now
That's
playing
crazy.
Halo. And just to show how bad it is, even Halo MCC had 6,400 people playing it last night.
Damn!
But boys, this is what I've come to realize recently. They know we hate this shit, and they don't care because they already got paid. Yeah, we ruined your game. What are you going to do about it? And they're right.
What are you fucking talking about, bro? Like, Jesus Christ. Isn't there a lot of other, like, byproducts and problems with games like fucking Halo Infinite, especially the multiplayer, where there can be certain patches that people don't really like? Because I'm pretty sure that game gets patched a bunch of times and there's balance changes or something. Yeah, oh, no way, a first-person shooter doesn't hold player retention? It's almost as if that's inherently by design by fucking first-person shooter standards. There's a reason why a new Call of Duty comes out every fucking goddamn year.
All of you dudes who bought Ghost of Yotei or
No, it's true. If you want to know why the social media climate is so, leaning towards misogynistic, it's because a lot of these lesbians came into our games and ruined everything. This is...
No, you fucking dumbass. It's because fucking Elon Musk bought Twitter and decided to give you dumbasses DEI treatment. That's fucking why.
This is the reason why I barely play video games anymore, because it's literally like a ticking time bomb before, okay, what bold-dyke lesbian just ruined my favorite franchise? It's horrifying to invest in things. As a guy who has tattoos of many video game series on my body, I am horrified by the bold dykes taking over my favorite franchises and tarnishing their legacy. It's horrifying. It sucks. And so now, there's nowhere for them to go to have any type of, or for a normal gamer to go and have a moment of peace, a moment of tranquility, without, we can't relax anymore. Because how long until these games, that are the same games that were made 20 years ago, are going to be ruined with woke politics and lesbians?
I don't understand, like, what is there to really even say here? This is just a screed. Like, this is just, he's just vomiting words? Yeah, this is a good question, Boy Meets Mini. What is a normal gamer? Like, can we get, like, some definitions of terms? Like, what's a normal gamer? Like, who are all these quote-unquote lesbians that are working on all these games or something? Like, a lot of these games are massive, and they have a lot of fucking people working on them. Like, are they all, like, women-led sort of, like, properties or some shit? Like, they have women lead characters. Okay, sure. And a lot of the problems, as indicated by a bunch of, like, professional fucking reviewers, say, like, yeah, these games have had problems for other reasons. Also, isn't The Last of Us Part 2... Because they keep bringing up Last of Us Part 2 over and over again. It's one of the most critically acclaimed games on the planet. Like, essentially seen as, like, a piece of art. Like, a very, very well-received video game. Like, they're just mad about the fact that Abby killed Joel, which... story-wise makes perfect sense, but they're just mad about the woman killing the fucking man because, again, these people, like, only operate on, like barely operate, like, to be honest. Their brains barely fucking function. Like, they're just stupid, incredibly fucking stupid people. And they just say, like, woman did the thing that I didn't like, so therefore bad or something. It's just like, bro, that's just not how any of this works. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There are so many other reasons for as to why there's been problems with a lot of these fucking video games, but these people don't never bring any of that stuff up. They just see, like, women or fucking queer, and it's just like, turn brain off. It must be inherently bad. I saw a blue-haired SJW. Turn brain off. What's the point of having any actual fucking criticisms or positions whatsoever when these are the fucking people we're inherently talking about here? They're just, like, I don't know, like, have a bunch of, like, schizophrenic fucking screeds. Like what is the point of, like, having any criticisms? Like, okay, I'm just gonna say you're a fucking dumbass. Like, your brain barely functions. Like, what are you talking about? You're just an idiot.
Even Resident Evil, I love 9. But seeing the original writing of Leon, from the original to the remake, is night and day. He can't say that he's gonna fuck women. He can't say that it's always a woman causing the issue. He can't just be a badass character. They had to...
What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, since when did Leon do the, I don't know, women, am I right, fellas? Women, like, the only instance of like, Leon doing the quote-unquote, I don't know, like, misogyny pandering was, like, probably after, like, a particular cutscene with, like, Ada, and he's just like, ugh, women. And it's like, people thought that's, like, it's just kind of funny. It's like a goofy one-liner from Leon. No one really had a problem with that in particular. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, I'm genuinely fucking confused. What are we fucking saying here? Stupid.
rewrite them to be more brand friendly. It's just exhausting. It's exhausting.
Last of Us 2 or...
And look at what's happening for Fable 4. What do you think the dev team looks like?
For Forbidden West or will buy Witcher 4, you guys are the problem. So I don't want to hear anybody complaining about the current state of video games if you bought Ghost of Yotei. You are the problem. Another funny thing about that Halo post about Women's Day is...
Did Ghost of... Because I remember, like, a bunch of, like, these schizophrenic freaks had such a big problem with Ghost of Yotei because of, I think, a particular, because of like a certain voice actor or something who said that she doesn't like fucking conservatives and is I don't know, like Antifa or some shit. I'm looking at reviews for Ghosts of Yotei, 4.8 stars out of 5 with 84,000 reviews on the PlayStation Store. Yeah, not the argument. I don't think that argument's really working for you guys. I think Ghost of Yotei is performing quite fucking well.
Is they turned off comments on the post because, of course. So they'll say...
Yeah, because, like, you people are fucking mentally ill schizophrenics who probably went in there and were being really fucking goddamn annoying. I wonder why they turned off comments on that post. Because you people are fucking weirdos.
Conversation and let's have a dialogue.
Unless you're saying anything that we disagree with.
And then you ratio them into oblivion, and then suddenly it's time to turn the comments off because their ass got curb stomped. So anyway, boys, what I really want to talk about in this video is 3 times women absolutely ruined a studio. Number 1, Kratos used to be the god of war. Now he's the god of war against men. Number 2, Ninja Theory.
What are you Oh no! Grr, I can't believe that Kratos had character development.
How did this...
I still think Kratos is a fantastic character, but I have not played Ragnarok yet. But I heard the game was great.
Studio that brought us Heavenly Sword become full of so many fat dykes.
Yep.
Let's talk about it. Number 3.
What the fuck are we talking about here? Like, okay, bro. Also, again, like, bro, the only footage that has come out about Witcher 4 was just a fucking trailer at the Game Awards, man. Okay, bro.
Witcher 4. If you think this game is going to be based, I have some bad news for you.
I don't know, man. I actually have huge hopes for Witcher 4. I don't think Ciri looks that bad at all. Like, I think, you know...
Again, I agree with fucking Tectone. Yeah, she looks fine. She's supposed to be like a badass magical fucking warrior. I'm sorry that she's not perfectly fucking dolled up at all times when she's going out there and constantly fighting monsters, you idiot.
The new, like, bald lesbian game looks bad, but look, Witcher 4 will not be good. Well, I'm going to play it. I don't know how...
Also, how the fuck do you know that what it's like Ninja Theory or whatever the fuck is a bald fucking lesbian? Like, what does that mean? What does that fucking mean?
Are we really gonna act like this looks bad? I feel like she looks fine. Like I
agree.
You know, like, and Ciri was a great character in Witcher 3. Dude, I don't think she looks bad at all. And then obviously we all know there's a photoshopped image.
Are you tired of playing as expected and what I got?
Yeah.
All right, so guys, we're going to talk about the downfalls of 3 different studios because they hired women. They hired way too many women. And we need to begin, of course, with God of War, who is the pinnacle of rage.
Also, by the way, I thought this was supposed to be about, like, ugly women or something. So far, I mean, these guys are just being misogynistic, and they just hate women fucking developers. Like, I thought this was about ugly women in fucking video games being, like, heads of fucking titles within games or something. And so far, we're not getting any of that.
Fueled masculinity. He had no redemption arc. He never changed. He was a badass dying to his dying breath until the end. He was the ultimate edgelord. He was the ultimate badass.
Sure, he was awesome.
2000s.
Oh, bro, the sex scenes were so based. Bro, I jerked off these sex scenes so much when I was a kid. Bro.
Too much fucking information, bro. Well, you didn't even see anything. It was all done off... Okay, whatever.
Aphrodite on the PS3, oh my god. I blew buckets to this shit.
Women wanted him. Every woman wanted him. He was the ultimate Chad. There is no Chad more Chadly than Kratos in the original God of War games.
True.
He sacrificed Poseidon's daughter, and then he beat the crap out of Poseidon himself. And that was from 2005 to 2010. These were the most based games ever.
They're keeping them in the remake? You know what would be
very
bad?
strange.
When the sex scenes happen in the remake of the original God of War trilogy, don't...
Wait, like, why the fuck would they take them out exactly? Like, I just don't understand. Why the fuck would they take out the sex scenes? Like... Wouldn't these people actually want the sex scenes to be taken out because they think there's too many sex scenes, generally speaking, in media? Again, this is the fucking doublespeak that these people engage in with all the time.
Camera off. I want to see Kratos' monster cock live on my screen, okay? I don't want the pan...
Yeah, that's not going to happen because of regulations of media within the United States of America. So... if there's anyone you want to fucking blame for that, you blame the rather prudish sort of nature of America, Tectone, which you don't seem to really have much of a problem with for some reason. It's just stupid.
And I don't want the camera to pan and see the face shake. I want to see it. All right? I want to see it.
I would say God of War 2018 was fine. It was great. You could tell they were softening him up, though, and a lot of people like me did not like it.
True
I don't think they softened Kratos up in the 2018 God of War. I think they attempted to humanize him. Right? And I think you can tell a lot more powerful of a story. Like, for the time Kratos was made in the original God of War trilogy,
This is actually incredible that Tectone is actually making a correct fucking argument here against this. I don't even know. Who the fuck is this moron that he's arguing with, or not even arguing with? Who the fuck is... Wait, I remember this Andy Pants game. I remember this dude. This dude's like a complete fucking moron. He got into a debate, I think, with the Actman, and he was made to look like one of the biggest fucking idiots on the fucking planet. Like, incredibly fucking stupid. Oh, he made a stupid AI game? I can only assume that's a complete fucking dog shit. Like, terrible fucking product. One can only fucking assume, just like every fucking AI game. The AI game, quote unquote. This is incredible. Yeah, I remember now. He got completely owned in a debate by the fucking Actman of all people, who actually plays video games and cares about fucking video games, unlike fucking Andy Pants, who probably hardly plays any video games and just likes to bitch, moan, and complain to like troglodytes on the internet.
It made sense. A lot of movies was like, this guy's the ultimate badass. But I think they really
True,
told a
Zane.
beautiful story of Kratos and the son that he wanted to take care of, and attempting to escape a past that currently haunted his mind. I think it makes sense. Thought it was an amazing game. It's in my top 10 of all time. Thought it was incredible.
Because he lost his...
I'm shocked. I mean, Tectone is just correct there. Tectone is correct. I never would have thought I would ever utter those words out of my mouth. But Tectone is correct there. Stranger things have happened, folks.
Edge. He just wasn't a badass anymore. And guys, would you wonder why this happened? Look at all the women they hired in 2020 with all the gay, degenerate LGBTQ shirts they have. And
Bro, this is unironically like... This is what happens when you I don't know, have like the mind rape virus of anti-woke grifting, dude. Like unironic, I think this is a virus that a lot of these fucking people have. Like genuinely, like the people who fucking think in this way are incredibly fucking mentally ill. Like, dude, I think I'm starting to think that there was a pretty obvious reason why this dumbass got completely owned by the Actman in a debate. So much so that he ended up fucking deleting that fucking video because of how much of an embarrassment it was.
guys, look at the cuck of war today. Look at the mom of war. He is the god of war against men. And you can see that in God of War Ragnarok.
Like, still, I just don't understand. Like, what is the argument that he's cucking men or something because he's trying to be a good father to his son? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't what is the argument here? It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Oh wait, oh my God, wait. Does fucking Loki? Does he grow up? Is he like a teenager now? He's like, how old? How many years is Ragnarok past the original one? So
I think it's like 4 years or something. It's either 2 or 4 years, I think.
Is this game good? Because I've only heard good things. I want to play it.
Guys, if y'all remember at the end of God of War Ragnarok, it's not even Kratos' story. He has to get help from all these other losers, and he has to bring everybody together, and he learns about himself, and he softens. And God of War Ragnarok is the gayest game I have ever played. And they're just absolutely, these women are just absolutely rubbing your face in it, dude.
I'll play this shit.
I'm gonna be honest. What is there to say about this fucking goddamn? There's nothing you can talk about in terms of this fucking criticism, bro. Like, unironically. Like, I just don't understand. By the way, we're not even talking about the original premise of the fucking video. Like, again, ugly woman fatigue. We've spent most of the time talking about fucking God of War and Kratos. He was not a woman. I didn't know that Kratos transitioned. Ugh, it's crazy.
In the next month, and I'll give my honest thoughts on it.
We'll never get Kratos, dude. We'll never get angry old Kratos back.
I'm okay.
Because, again, they developed his character. He had a son, and he's trying to make up for the mistakes that he made in the past. Because he's just like, yeah, I don't think it's going to be effective. And I mean, like, God of War Ragnarok is highly regarded as one of the best games ever fucking made. Well, recent games that was ever fucking made.
With not getting angry old Kratos back, I don't really need one-dimensional characters. Yeah, I really just don't care.
Wow, Tectone is just correct again. Like, talking about how angry old Kratos was a one-dimensional character. It's incredible to me.
I think current Kratos is far more interesting. From God of War 2018, I found him far more interesting than Kratos. Old Kratos was great. Had a great time in my heart. It was very cool. Angry guy kills the bad guy, but I've really enjoyed seeing the story of Kratos become a dad.
He's basically, they just turned him into a Redditor, basically, which is right here. So yeah, these women, and this was a direct quote from Ragnarok, who your mother has sex.
You know, honestly, maybe I should take a more of a look at this Andy Pants gaming guy, because holy shit, this guy seems like a fucking mental case, dude.
With is none of my business, said.
There's no way that's a quote. Surely that's not a quote, right? Oh, that's bad if that's a quote.
Cucked Kratos, like, bro.
It's obviously not a fucking quote, Tectone. It's something that this mentally ill schizophrenic basically came up with. Like, there's no evidence for this whatsoever. Like, are we just going to take this at face value? Then again, it is Tectone. He is a fucking idiot.
Let's talk about his wife's boyfriend next. Like, what a cuck. This was another thing that was annoying about God of War Ragnarok, was they took, I think it's Angerboda, and they just made her black for no reason, you know, just because.
That would piss me off.
Why does that matter? Like, why does that fucking matter?
I usually don't like this guy, but the creator, David Jaffe, he's on YouTube, and he said Kratos is too soft and developers are injecting their personal lives into the game. And I completely agree with him, dude. And who?
Man, this seems like a really random, out of context quote from some random jabroni who's not even a part of the team. Like, the title of fucking God of War, didn't it get sold off to another fucking studio, and that's why there were new God of War fucking games being developed, if I recall correctly? Who the fuck cares about what this dumbass jabroni has to say? Like, whoa. It turns out this, like, mentally ill fucking schizophrenic relic of a bygone age who probably barely develops any games. Maybe he's like a Grums-like character. Maybe this dude's like fucking Grums. And, is stuck in, like, the eternal mind-cuck prison of his own mind, where he's just like, no, I have to be mad about, like, my character getting further developed. No, this can't be allowed. No, we can't have people have differing interpretations. Kratos is supposed to be a stupid moron who's only loud and angry. Grr!
Better to say that than the creator of Kratos himself. So guys, let's talk about what they're doing with God of War now. So it's basically all but confirmed that the new God of War will start.
Yeah, it's a good point there, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, like, these people constantly complain about good fatherhood and all this shit, and Kratos is trying to engage and is trying to engage with that and trying to be a good father. And these motherfuckers will, because I guarantee you, Andy Pants probably would complain about, like, black people in the home or whatever the fuck, fatherless homes or some shit. But now all of a sudden, like, it's a massive fucking issue all of a sudden that Kratos is trying to be a good fucking dad. Like, can we please get some fucking consistency? Can we please get some fucking consistency? No, it's not because they hate Pragmata, Boy Meets Mini. It's because these people are just fucking morons.
Faye, his ex-wife. Guys, let that sink in. There will be no God of War in the God of War game. Cory Barlog.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? Faye isn't his ex-wife. Faye died. She died. They were still together when she died. Huh? Okay, bro.
Just another Reddit cuck confirms, reveals plans for ambitious new game. Yeah, the ambition is just making a woman the lead, guys. It's the mom of war. The God of War has been turned into the mom of war. And guys, we don't even know if this is the fuck, like, what the fuck are we talking about here, bro? By the way, is this guy gonna get to, like, any of the other games that he's gonna, like, schizophrenically fucking complain about? Probably not. How did we get here, man? How did we?
Like, we don't know of any of the details of the new God of War game besides the fact that they're just wanting to do, like, a Faye spin-off, because maybe they want, like, people are demanding for, like, an explanation for, like, more of a story about Faye. Like, why was she fucking fighting Thor so much, right? She wielded fucking Kratos' frost axe, which was a match for fucking Mjolnir. That's a point within the fucking game that's been brought up several times within Ragnarok, if I recall correctly. And maybe we're going to get some history into that or something. Like, oh, what a shock! And there's been multiple God of War spin-offs, even with the older games. There were fucking spin-offs as well. So them doing a Faye spinoff, I don't think is like ridiculous or something like stupid.
I'm gonna have another video soon talking about how much I miss the 2000s, but yeah, dude, this
I wonder why you missed the 2000s. Oh, it's probably because of all the like overly just honestly like overly just edgy fucking nonsense. Like I mean, it's the same thing with all the nostalgic cuckoldry pandering that these dumbasses do constantly over and over and over again. Like they'll talk about how much they hate how much they want to return to the 80s, for example. Like I mean, that's like Donald Trump in a nutshell. Or how much they want to return now to the fucking 2000s and all this shit. And eventually it's going to be like, oh, I really want to return to fucking the early 2010s, the 2016. That's where everything was so good. Blah 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 blah. And it's just like, no, dog. Like you're just like eternally stuck in the mind prison of like a nostalgic cuckoldry and fucking bait. Like you, buddy, you are the fucking sheep that's being led off of the proverbial fucking clip, Andy Pants.
This is how we got here. This is how this happens. I was gonna make one more joke here. Halo 7, and you know this chick on the right was Chief's love interest in the terrible TV show. So Halo 7, starring Master Chief's wife as the star of Halo 7. Gear 6, starring some chick as the sorry.
Let's not act like Gears of War didn't fall off a fucking cliff after 3. Let's be real. It peaked with Gears 2. That series lost all interest from me after Gears 3. As well as Halo completely fell off a cliff. Started falling off after 3. ODST was the last one I gave a fuck about.
Starring Marcus Phoenix.
It mostly started because obviously Tectone doesn't really know anything about fucking Halo lore. 4 was okay. No. The reason why Halo started falling off was because Bungie was no longer working on Halo, and it purely went to 343, right? And that's where Halo started falling off. 4 was okay. 5 was pretty bad, to be honest. Although apparently I don't know as much about like the multiplayer, but like the story of the game itself, like 5 was not particularly great. 6 was okay. It was okay. They tried a little bit of a new formula. I thought it was like okay. I liked using the grappling hook around with like Master Chief and shit like that. That was fun. I found that to be particularly fun. Like picking up fusion coils and like just yeeting them at people. That was fun. That was great. Would do that like pretty much at any opportunity I would get to. But like, like it was okay, and people think the multiplayer is like okay as well. Like I mean like it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like that's mostly where Halo mostly fell off, was when it went to 343 instead. Like that's mostly not because of like I don't even know if those are like women-led development teams for like Halo or for even any of these like fucking games whatsoever. I mean like Andy Pants Gaming like arguments, he has like no arguments whatsoever. He just sees like woman as character and all of a sudden it's just like bad or whatever. Like I don't even fucking know, dude.
His wife as the main character of Gear 6, guys. Like, get a grip, dude. Bro, I am just beyond done with AAA gaming, as I've said many times before. But let's...
Okay, then you can just, like, fucking leave or something? I don't know, bro. Like, okay, don't engage in AAA gaming. The biggest problem, for example, with AAA gaming is the fact that it's basically just commodified fucking slop. Like, that's the biggest issue with fucking AAA gaming. But Andy Pants Gaming doesn't give really much of a flying fuck at all whatsoever about that, because this dumbass doesn't play video games. This fucking troglodyte, unironically, plays... probably doesn't even play games whatsoever. He just, like, complains on the internet about fucking video games. Like, it's stupid.
Let's move on to the next game here, because I wanted to talk about Ninja Theory. And they used to be a based studio there in the UK in 2007. So a lot of y'all remember Heavenly Sword. It was this dope as hell PS3 exclusive. Noriko was the main character. She was fine as hell. Combat was fun as hell. That game came out in 2007. They even did an Xbox exclusive called Kung Fu Chaos that is low-key hilarious and a little bit racist. And it's great. And I love that game.
I wonder why you liked that it was kind of racist. I wonder why.
Even back in 2010, they were still kind of based. They had this Chad character as the main character of Enslaved.
So, of course, this is the same thing like Anita Sarkeesian would constantly talk about how this was the era of just, like, edgy for the sake of edgy. It's like, look at this game. Look at how, like, dark and humorous it is. Look at all these dark, edgy themes that we're engaging with here. Look at how epic and cool we are. And it's just like, damn, bro. I don't know, you got, like, the whole squad fucking laughing or something. And, like, Not that, like, a lot of the games are, like, terrible. Like, it depends. Like, you know, there was a bunch of games that were developed during the 2010s that were good and whatnot. But it wasn't because of, like, the over-the-top sort of edginess or whatever. Although, like, a lot of these motherfuckers would claim that is the case. That it was good because of the over-the-top sort of, like, ridiculous, edgy characters and nature of it all. No, they were, like, terrible because they were just, like, bad pieces. Like, poorly written stories. It's just like, oh, this is, like, kind of dog shit, and we're kind of engaging with like some ridiculous fucking stereotypes here, which are kind of like shitty. Like, it's just like kind of shitty, and it's just like, okay, bro, like, whatever. Byproduct of the times. I agree with like Anita Sarkeesian sort of criticisms there, saying like, yeah, like these games are like not good because of this. I think they're bad in like because of this like this overtly sort of like edgy for the sake of edgy sort of form of writing, which I do agree with. I do think that just being edgy for the sake of it is like fundamentally an incredibly lazy style of fucking writing, and like it's just like, okay, bro, like, cool. Oh, bro, we get it. Whoa, you like dark humor or some shit. Whoa, and it's just like racism. Like I never find that shit to be like particularly funny. I just find it to be really boring. And that's the sort of like argument that's mostly being made there. It's just like, yeah, it's like mediums as like art pieces. These are just like kind of whatever. Like, who the fuck really cares? Just like move on. It's uninteresting, but whatever. These dumbasses want that basically because, I don't know, it's like a confirmation in their minds about like the unicorns that these dumbasses constantly chase for.
Odyssey to the West, and there was a baddie as the main girl character. So, guys, what happened to Ninja Theory? Here's the staff staff meeting of the women in 2020. And
Wait, what
the
happened?
Staff. Dude, look at all these ugly bull dykes. So here's the staff in 2026. Here's all the women on the staff in 2026. And guys, it's yeah, this is what we got, dude. Did anybody actually play this game? Like, it was just dog shit, man. I mean, like,
No,
if you
I don't think anybody
exclusively
did.
like, yes, the tech was amazing that they used for this game. Yes, the combat was pretty good, but bro, I don't care about this ugly lesbian chick as the main character.
So the dude's just like complimenting the fucking game, saying the tech was good, the combat is good, and all this fucking shit. Like again, like we're just gonna complain. Like, what's the problem then with the game? Like, is the story bad? Like, can we get like an actual like criticism here? Like, what's the issues then? Like, I just don't understand. This is what I mean. Like, this isn't fucking actual. I need people to understand. This isn't critique. This is just lazy. Like, it's just lazy. This is so uninteresting. Like, how do people fucking watch this guy? Like, I am wholeheartedly, like, just completely unsurprised that this guy got completely and utterly owned in a debate by the fucking Actman of all people. If this is, like, the shit that this moron is saying. Because, goddamn, this is, like, this is just boring. It's just boring, dude.
Like, I don't care about being stunning and brave anymore. And of course, all of the review sites just praised the game. They praised it. But here's the problem, boss.
44 in-game players is fucking insane. I think we absolutely get the point. While me and this guy disagree on some points, I understand his overall message.
His overall message is fucking stupid, Tectone, but you're too stupid to understand why it's fucking stupid, because you're just an idiot who just agrees with, like, just in a bunch of incessant nonsense. Like, I don't even know what, like, the fucking point was. I don't even think this guy, like, stuck with this point for the most part. Of talking about ugly women in games. It's fucking stupid. Like, I just don't understand. Yeah, that's a good point there, Alex. Lesbians are attracted to women. They're not attracted to men. So, I don't know, like, it would make sense that they want to make characters that are appealing to lesbians. I don't know. Like, it's just stupid. There's, like, no criticisms to sort of, like, go into here because the guy's just not making an argument. He's not talking about, like, any sort of, like, argument. He's not making a point or whatever. It's just grievance. Like, that's literally it. Which makes perfect sense for as to why his dumbass got completely owned in a debate by the fucking Actman. Like, honestly, like, this fucking last one was just, like, the most fucking pathetic. Like, Jesus Christ. Tectone himself didn't even mention anything about ugly woman fatigue. In fact, he spent most of the time pushing back against, like, the stupid shit that's being said by Andy Pants in terms of, like, Siri and also fucking Kratos, saying, which is genuinely insane. But it's just like, bro, like, goddamn. Like, no points, no arguments. But then again, these people have never cared about facts. It's only feelings with these dumbasses. It's so fucking goddamn stupid. But what else do we really have to say here? in terms of like this quote-unquote fatigue phenomenon, I think it's fairly clear what this quote-unquote phenomenon is all about. It's just the exact same fucking grievance bullshit that all of these motherfuckers constantly peddle. Whether it's like think before you sleep, saying like unironic like dumbass welfare queen points about welfare, or basic logic just coming up with like a schizophrenic conspiracy theory about black people, which about what I expected from basic logic, to I don't know, Andy Pants Gaming just having his grievances about designs of fucking characters in like the most pathetic, lazy ways fucking possible. So much so that even Tectone himself said like, yeah, I don't think I really agree with like much of anything that you're saying. And the only reason he is agreeing with some of the stuff that this dumbass known as Andy Pants Gaming, who got owned in debate by the Act-Man of all fucking people, is because it's just like boring ass grievance bullshit from a dumbass who barely plays any fucking video games. Just like cry, moan, bitch, and fucking complain for what exactly? Meh. Just because these people are just like eternally mind-cucked and stuck in the own prisons of their minds that is like anti-woke fucking grifting. It's stupid, it's pathetic, it's fucking annoying, and everyone, broadly speaking, should understand and acknowledge that this shit is extremely fucking lazy goddamn criticisms of the exact same grievance politics and bullshit that every fucking conservative but bitches, moans, and complains about consistently. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. That went on a lot longer than I wanted it to. It's mostly because I spent too long on the fucking TYBS fucking portion. But then again, that guy was like spreading so much fucking goddamn bullshit. Meanwhile, I have not done any progress whatsoever in terms of factoring our Oreos on the planet we're currently on. Mostly because we're trying to get more supplies. And this shit takes forever. Well, I guess that's what happens when you have way too many fucking goddamn planets. What, we have to do the Tucker Carlson fucking bullshit. Then there is Israel suing the New York Times, and then Trump with Topshi. Topshi, bro, Topshi. It's already fucking 2 in the morning. Fuck my life. Yeah, Topshi. Topshi. I love Topshi, folks. 'Cause he tops me. What? Who said that? I never said that, folks, you know? I never said that I get topped by Topshi. What are you talking about? That was me. Wasn't me. I would never do that. Okay, you go get more foundations. More plants. And then we have to head to Meraxis to pick up more other shit. Son of a bitch. Also, the title for that video, easiest fucking title of our lives, okay? We call it I Have Conservative Fatigue. Eh? It's genius, I know. All shall praise me for my gigantic fucking brain. How the fuck do I not have any coconut meat? I do love constantly preventing some dumbass annoying bullshit from happening. It's my favorite thing to do. Hopefully by tomorrow we can have power working on this fucking goddamn planet. Hopefully. We just need to make some carbon. That's what we mostly need, folks. Alright, off you go to Aquilo now. Alright, we keep going. So, this was an interview that Tucker Carlson did at the latter part about 2 weeks. About 2 weeks ago. I don't know why I'm phrasing it this way. Whatever. Yeah, this is an interview. Tucker Carlson did this about 2 weeks ago with the New York Times, where he was, I think, interviewing with someone known as Lulu Navarro. And Tucker Carlson is doing his sort of like standard shtick about, again, being anti-Zionist, not because he actually cares about a Palestinian emancipation, but because he's a Christian white nativist, right? There's a reason why, and I've brought up this criticism before, constantly over and over again. He focuses specifically only on Palestinian Christians, who do exist, obviously, and are getting bombed by Israel, constantly. Don't disagree with that whatsoever. But there's a reason why he only constantly brings them up in particular, and not the majority population, and that is Palestinian Muslims. Because Tucker Carlson, in reality, does not really give much of a shit at all about the fact that they're the ones getting bombed. And I would even like throw this in with like Nick Fuentes. I think the only reasons in particular for as to why they care about being anti-Zionist, well, besides the fact that they have spread anti-Semitic fucking conspiracy theories on their various platforms, where with like Tucker Carlson, he'll platform certain people that spread those conspiracy theories, he himself not really spreading them himself, because either A, he doesn't really care, or B, he recognizes, and this is what it more than likely is, he's a grifter who's trying to pander to a particular audience. And with, say, Nick Fuentes, well, he himself is explicitly a, well, anti-Semite. So, yeah, duh, obviously. He's gonna peddle all the, like, dumbass fucking conspiracy theories. Shocker, I know. And, well, we know specifically with, like, Tucker Carlson, for example, he's just a grifter. He doesn't really believe in much of anything, and he just wants to, like, appeal to a certain audience that he has now been successful in appealing to ever since leaving Fox News, right? Because when he left Fox News, because of all the conspiracy theories he was spreading about Dominion voting machines, like, unironically, their lawsuit specifically mentions, the Dominion lawsuit, of course, mentions Tucker Carlson by name because he spent so many fucking segments on Fox News in prime time spreading nothing but a bunch of election conspiracies. Tons of fucking conspiracies was being spread by this stupid, like, LARPing populist over here known as fucking Tucker Carlson, who criticizes Bill O'Reilly's shtick, but then ended up doing Bill O'Reilly's exact fucking shtick to a goddamn T. But I digress. Tucker Carlson is mostly trying to get at a new audience and has been successful at getting at a new audience ever since he left fucking Fox News. And Israel and being anti-Semitic was the perfect opportunity for this complete charlatan to take advantage of that, well, animosity that people have against Israel, right? And there is genuine animosity to be had with Israel, abso-fucking-lutely, but not in an anti-Semitic sense, but because they're constantly violating international fucking law, which Tucker Carlson could give less of a flying fuck about. He's okay with flagrant violations of international law. He was all for the actions of the United States of America in various wars abroad. He doesn't give a shit, right? He didn't give a fuck about the Venezuelan migrants or whatever. Another thing he also doesn't really give much of a shit whatsoever is about all of the billionaire dumbasses who allow them to use his platform, or their platforms, for example, for what exactly? And to spread all of this, like, idiotic fucking propaganda. Like, no talk at all about, like, any of the actions from Elon Musk or Doge or, say, like, Palantir, which should be, like, really, really easy stuff for someone like Tucker Carlson to constantly point out and fucking criticize over and over and over again, how they work alongside fucking countries like Israel all the fucking time. No criticisms for them whatsoever in terms of, like, them wanting to work alongside Israel for, like, AI security tech apparatus stuff. None of that whatsoever. It's all about, like, just this in particular. An excuse for him to be, like, nativist and, well, anti-Semitic, because that's what Tucker Carlson is in reality. Just a nativist, an isolationist, and a anti-Semite. Why don't we take a look at the interviews? Or clips, rather.
It's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
Okay, I don't think Trump really knows much of anything. I think, like, he'll just have some, like, keys jingled at him, and he'll just, like, look at the keys jingled at him, and then he'll just go like, oh yeah, I agree with that thing. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, totally.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom?
By
who,
Benjamin
or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in.
So here's the thing Tucker Carlson bringing this up, he's not technically speaking wrong when he says this, which should really be an indictment upon the rest of the fucking Democratic Party for not bringing up these criticisms. But then again, they are in bed with the exact same military-industrial complex interests. You'll never see Tucker Carlson really talking about the underlying reasonings for as to why this is the case. He'll have, like, debates with, like, a lot of, like, Christian Zionism, or Zionists generally speaking, about their flaws in terms of, like, Zionistic thinking, but never about any of the sort of underlying basis of that fucking thinking. He's only scratches the fucking surface, mostly when it comes to scripture. He doesn't really talk about how there's so much moneyed interests and capital interests within Israel. Again, intelligence apparatus and security state apparatus stuff. Military-industrial complex also has interest in there. He'll never fucking talk about that whatsoever. Never, ever, ever, right? Because he's actually fine with that. He doesn't have a problem with that whatsoever, right? Like, he'll never talk about this. But he will talk about the Zionism stuff, because that's, like, a really, really sort of, like, easy, like, hypocrisy burn that he can get on, like, people like Ted Cruz or, like, Mike Huckabee and whatnot, right? And with, like, Trump, because, again, like, this is a quick reminder how he's completely full of shit. He's fine with foreign interventionism, right? Tucker Carlson when there was a press conference at the White House, was there with the president, shaking hands with him, right? And like getting along with the fucking president, with all the oil executives that were having a press conference with the president after the raid on Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela fucking happened. So, like, he didn't have a problem with any of that stuff, but he's having a problem here with, like, Israel specifically, which, again, warranted. You should have problems with Israel. That's not the contention that I'm having. I'm having a contention here with the double standards that Tucker Carlson has.
He says we're having a ceasefire, and we're having these talks, and they're going great, and we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore to the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was...
I mean, that was always going to be what Israel was going to use this as an excuse for. All the time.
It's all very well known. And within hours of announcing this, Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? Not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel.
Okay, but that's always been the goal. Okay, because Tucker Carlson has before not had problems with Israel in the past, right? Because he's a bit fucking hypocritical here, of course. Like, okay, then what about the Camp David Accords? What about the Taba talks? What about all the times that Israel has tried to assassinate, like, Palestinian voices who were actually interested in peace, right? Because Israel has always existed to essentially appeal to fucking capital interests. Because that's the actual fucking criticisms here, right? That's the real fucking problem here. Israel mostly exists as an aircraft carrier within the Middle East for the U.S. to be able to force project in the area. That is it. That is why, for example, Israel exists. It's as Joe Biden himself also said. It's like, guys, if there wasn't an Israel today, we would have fucking made one up, right? Because it's always been about forced projection and capital interests within the region. That is why, right? And being able to have a control over, well, probably one of the most important commodities that exists within the, shall we say, modern fucking world, and that is oil, right? A lot of fucking products need fucking petroleum in order to be able to be created. Plastics, fertilizers, helium goes through the Strait of Hormuz, which is useful for semiconductors, right? And a bunch of other sensitive electronic equipment. Lots and lots of stuff specifically goes through the Strait of Hormuz and comes out of the Middle East, which the U.S. wants to have explicit control for because they can control the fucking supply for it. That's why they fucking do it. It's all about forced projection, specifically for the United States of America, right? And there's a lot of very complicated interests that have led to this. Again, military-industrial complex, security state apparatus interests, right? Even tech interests, right? Lots of fucking stuff goes on specifically with Israel. And if there wasn't an Israel, in order to be able to control that flow rate of fucking resources, there would have been one invented, like, forever ago.
Israel, by saying that, their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay, but, I mean,
okay, Tucker Carlson, they invaded Lebanon in the 80s. That's what created Hezbollah and the big... whatever.
Invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay, so that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up Hezbollah with explosive pagers. Like, they've done a lot since October 7th in Lebanon. They chose that moment to derail the negotiations. And they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but, like, we're not co-equals here. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So, again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another.
Dude, I hate having to just like let Tucker Carlson just fucking speak in this particular instance because, again, there's not really anything to criticize there. He is correct when he's saying all of this stuff, which honestly should be an indictment on the fucking entirety of the media and also the quote-unquote more liberal sort of elements within, again, mainstream media, because they're okay with this because they're also in bed with a lot of the same interests. I'm going to keep reiterating the same point over and over again. You'll never hear Tucker Carlson talk about the underlying interests and the underlying capital interests specifically that have led to Israel having the prominence, shall we say, within American politics that it does. Because it didn't come out of nowhere. Oh, it came out of somewhere, and it's called the military-industrial complex. Intelligence agencies. It came out of those specific areas in particular. But Tucker never really wants to talk about them specifically, right? Because again, in reality, he is fine with those interests. He doesn't really actually care about like these countries having or maintaining these relationships and those interests. He doesn't have a problem with that, right? He just has a problem specifically with only Israel in a like nativist, like nationalistic sense, right? He essentially just wants American taxpayer dollars to be used only for Americans, right? Does it, broadly speaking, make sense what I'm saying here? There's no actual sort of like anti-colonial, like anti-Zionist bone that he's really operating off of, because if it was, then he would be talking about, okay, well, here's a solution to the fucking problem here. As like Ilan Pape would also say himself, right? A democratic one-state solution with equal sort of outcomes for all, right? That's the solution to the problem that, well, Israel is wholeheartedly just completely and utterly fucking uninterested in, right? They don't want an outcome like that specifically because they won't be able to continue with their ethnic cleansing campaigns that they want to constantly carry out throughout the entirety of the Middle East to be able to build and continue with the project of the Greater Israel fucking project and whatnot. He's not gonna fucking mention that ever, right? Because in reality, he doesn't really have a problem with that, right? So if we talk about how much we are supposed to supposedly care about wanting to deal with these fucking problems, you should be fixating on that in particular. But Tucker Carlson will never mention that whatsoever. It's capital interests. It's a lot of economic interests that exist within the United States of America that both parties are, I want to say like victim to. I don't think it's exactly accurate to say victim to, but are okay with being, well, adherent to. Yeah, I keep saying the term capital over and over and over again. I know I'm doing such a bad, guys. I'm saying the term capital constantly.
And it's, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be, is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Again, like, what he is saying here is technically speaking correct. The reason why people think you're fucking anti-Semite is because you've had like fawning interviews with anti-Semites and you fucking agreed with them constantly on their fucking talking points. That's why people think you're anti-Semitic, which I do think, yeah, you kind of are fucking anti-Semitic, little bro. Like, you are, because again, you saw an angle that you can easily fucking exploit to get a bunch of fucking views and prominence after your fucking career decided to, shall we say, go off of the proverbial cliff because of the Dominion lawsuit after you lost your fucking Fox News gig, which was, shall we say, highly beneficial for you. But here, further fucking parts in this interview of Tucker Carlson talking about Nick Fuentes and Ted Cruz, the differences between them. Why don't we take a look?
Who do you think is more morally repulsive, Ted Cruz or
Who
Nick
do you think
Fuentes.
is more morally repulsive?
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a sitting U.S. senator who has called for the killing of people who did nothing wrong, whole populations who advocated for this war. Nick Fuentes is like a kid. He's like 20.
I mean, Nick Fuentes has also advocating for the exact same fucking thing. I think people like Ted Cruz and Nick Fuentes are fundamentally speaking like absolutely no different whatsoever, right? And this is why people think you're an anti-Semite, little bro. Like, you're calling out Ted Cruz correctly here. This is correct for him to call out Ted Cruz. He is right. Like, Ted Cruz is a ghoul who has advocated for the killing off of populations. Yes, he's correct when he says that. So is Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has also done the exact same thing, where he's advocated for the killing off of entire fucking populations.
26 or 7. He has no power except his words. Here you have a public official who we pay, who has actual power, who's voting for things, who's making policy decisions, and those decisions would include, in fact, they are focused on the murder of people who did nothing wrong. And yet no one thinks it's a big deal. Well, it's just totally fine. I mean, if there's tape of Nick Fuentes saying we should kill people because we hate their parents, or it's okay to kill children, I would love to see the tape, because that's disgusting. And that's basically what the entire U.S. Senate does every...
Okay, here, this a Nick Fuentes classic, right? And this is, I think, one of the things that got him specifically banned off of a lot of fucking platforms. The quote-unquote, oh, how is it possible for them to be able to bake 6 million cookies? They, of course, in this particular instance, talking about the Nazis. He did fucking Holocaust revisionism, right? He has talked about protesters should get fucking shot. I can only assume what his fucking George Floyd coverage was probably like, right? Constantly advocating for protesters to get fucking shot, constantly, over and over and over again. He consistently talks about entire people that he wanted to fucking kill all the fucking goddamn time. Like, Nick Fuentes is the exact same sort of same beast in terms of what they believe as Ted Cruz. The problem is the sort of methodology and the ideology is a bit fucking different. But these two people, Nick Fuentes and Ted Cruz, are fundamentally the exact same person.
Every single day, and no one notices. Nick Fuentes said something naughty that I disagreed with. He made fun of things that I don't think I would never make fun of
He's a
them.
white nationalist who's denied the Holocaust. And what I will say,
Kids
from
are
my
worse than killing kids?
From my understanding.
Tucker, they killed kids in the Holocaust, man. What? Huh? Dude, that's fucking incredible, bro. Nice attempt at a gotcha there, Tucker Carlson. Tucker, do you think that Tucker knows that kids also got killed during the Holocaust or something? I'm just gonna throw that out there real quick.
Of my own, I was just in Germany recently, and it was such a good reminder that the Holocaust didn't start with the gassing of Jews. It started with the dehumanization of Jews. It was language that was used. And again,
right.
That is what it
I
concerns
couldn't agree
people.
more. And that's why when you have a U.S. senator, a member of Congress, a U.S. ambassador...
But Nick Fuentes dehumanizes people all the time, Tucker. Tucker, I'm just... Okay, like, it's such an easy fucking slam dunk for this reporter to just, like, or interviewer, shall we say, to get, like, a slam dunk rather, on Tucker here in particular, because it's just like, okay, like, here are a bunch of clips of Nick Fuentes constantly fucking dehumanizing, like, a bunch of different, like, ethnic groups on his fucking live stream. You can find the clips. You are the New York Times. You have resources in order to be able to find those fucking clips. It would not be very, very difficult, to be quite honest. But, like, we're just not doing it for some reason? Okay, dude.
Waving away civilian deaths as if they don't matter. That's the language of genocide, which results, and this is the lesson of the Holocaust, in genocide itself. And it has. So the lesson for me, really, watching all of this, is that this can happen in civilized countries, in all human beings. There is the capacity to ignore the evil right in front of you. And my point is, it's happening right now. And my job, to the extent I have one, I don't really have a job, but I just want to remind people that we're all capable of that, including me, and that we're watching it right now. And if you think that Nick Fuentes is a greater threat to other human beings than Ted Cruz, I would love to know how.
I can imagine people hearing.
I mean, okay, I mean, Nick Fuentes helped to fucking catalyze January 6th. As far as I could tell, like, Ted Cruz is basically against January 6th. Or no, he did, like, the election conspiracism and shit like that to try to keep Donald Trump in power, but that's just to appease mostly Donald Trump for his own craven political goals. It's a little different, technically speaking, there, right? Like, is Tucker Carlson going to have, like, problems with that in particular? Like, the basis of the Republic was attacked during January 6th. If we cared about so much about the basis of America, Tucker Carlson should also care about that, right? He should. He should. But for whatever reason, he probably doesn't. Just some fucking food for thought there, right? Because, yeah, like I've said before, there is no difference between a Nick Fuentes and a Ted Cruz. Or really, fundamentally speaking, the only difference is that Ted Cruz has power, right? In comparison to Nick Fuentes. So Tucker is technically speaking correct in that particular respect. That's the only difference between these two. But in terms of what they believe and what they think, it's no different. The sort of like underlying foundation there is a little different. But in terms of the outcomes, in terms of what they believe, fundamentally speaking, it's absolutely no fucking different. With a Ted Cruz and a Nick Fuentes. They are the exact same fucking person, cut from the exact same fucking cloth. But for some reason, Tucker doesn't want to mention any of that? Makes you think, doesn't it?
This and thinking you are soft-pedaling Nick Fuentes. You are apologizing
I'm
for Nick
hardly
Fuentes.
soft-pedaling Nick Fuentes. I'm trying to awaken people to killing of innocents in our midst, which we are not only encouraged to ignore, but really told to ignore on pain of being denounced. And I'm just saying, no, I'm not doing that.
That's the fucking problem with all of this, because again, Tucker Carlson in a lot of these exchanges is coming off as rhetorically sound and pretty good, right? Which is the problem here, because a lot of these fucking interests, like, we're talking about the New York Times here, like, they're the ones who peddled the 40 babies and, was it microwaves or some shit, the conspiracy theory? They've peddled a bunch of fucking conspiracy theories to defend Israel all the fucking goddamn time, right? And a lot of these liberal journalists are not properly equipped to be able to take on someone who is, again, I'm going to reiterate this point, dishonestly using anti-Zionist positions and points in order to get at a new audience for the fact that he lost his lucrative Fox News gig because of the Dominion lawsuit. Again, this needs to be stressed consistently. Tucker Carlson doesn't actually believe in much of anything, doesn't believe in anything whatsoever. He's just doing this because, again, it's an easy dig at those within power to be able to garner a certain audience. That is why he does what he does. But here, because this wasn't all hunky-dory and perfectly rosy for Tucker Carlson, the New York Times actually caught him in a provable fucking lie. Why don't we take a look?
You've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in
Correct.
ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I mean, like, unironically, there was a, I think, like, recently at Mar-a-Lago, Trump had, like, some weird evangelical pastor, like, make not a title, but make, like, a gold statue of himself or some shit, like, unironic, like, idolatry type shit.
Christ.
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well,
Whoa, interesting. So the New York Times can actually fucking clip stuff. And why didn't we do this during any of the talks during, like, Nick Fuentes or something? Why couldn't we fucking do that? Because, like, honestly, that would be, like, a slam dunk. Like, that's easy. And you can do that. You're the New York Times. You have the resources to, and people to be able to do that stuff. But you never did that for some fucking reason. Why? Why? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's very, very strange.
Who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never...
Well, isn't that rich? Oh, I don't know where those words come from. Oh, really? You don't know where those come from? Buddy, you said that on your show. Caught. He got caught. Like, caught in fucking 4K. Like, a boom, done easy. Like, buddy, you're a fucking charlatan. You're a grifter. Like, you don't believe in anything. And that's the main criticism that people should have, specifically of fucking Tucker Carlson, is the fact that he is a fucking grifter.
Left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one...
Oh, please. Don't fucking play all obtuse because you got fucking easily caught out with a provable fucking lie. No. You can't weasel your way out of calling someone the fucking Antichrist because of unironic fucking sin that you are correctly fucking pointing out that Trump has engaged in. All of the idolatry, for example, all of the fact that he does not really give much of a shit at all about being a practicing Christian. It's just utilizing Christianity for what purpose exactly? Oh, to be able to appeal to a fucking political base. Because that's why he does it. He does it to appeal to people. Shocker, I know.
Actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand.
Of course. And constant fucking behavior from these charlatans when they get caught in an easily provable fucking point where they are knowingly telling lies, they constantly try to weasel their way out of it. Like, don't let any of these dumbasses get away with that. Like, seriously, for real. These people are incredibly fucking weaselly. But yeah, like, what else is there to really fucking say? Oh, as expected, Tucker fucking Carlson is just doing the same constant fucking shtick like he does when it comes to like his general sort of grifting with I'm a little tired. With his like whole shtick when it comes to his quote-unquote principled stance against Israel, or what have you, to be honest. There's not any actual principle that guides any of this behavior here from Tucker Carlson. The only reason why he talks about Israel in the way that he does, in this quote-unquote anti-Zionist sort of manner, is because he's looking to get at a new audience for the audience that he lost while he was on primetime fucking Fox News and was the most popular anchor on that fucking show. That's why he engages in the criticisms that he, broadly speaking, engages in. It doesn't come out of any sort of like desire for emancipation for the Palestinian people. He could give less of a flying fuck about any of that stuff. For Tucker Carlson specifically, what he wants to care about the most in particular is about one thing and one thing only: getting at a new fucking audience. And that opportunity was presented to him by pretending to be a right-leaning fucking populist like he always did on his Fox News show, his Bill O'Reilly shtick, and appealing to the sensibilities of the fact that a lot of people have a lot of issues with the conduct of fucking Israel. He is a charlatan, a liar, and should be, broadly speaking, heavily fucking criticized constantly for a lot of the, well, positions that he generally speaking holds, because for the most part, Tucker Carlson is an individual who, fundamentally speaking, believes in nothing. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Oh, it's almost 3 a.m. I'm saving the Trump and G and shit like that for tomorrow. It's late. I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, like, the Trump and Xi meeting, it was, generally speaking, it was pretty boring. I mean, it's to be expected that obviously not a lot fucking happened, because again, just... I don't know, he called China a superpower, which is funny. China, yeah, they're actually a superpower. It's just like, why would you say that? I don't know, emblematic of sundowning president and shit like that. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's because I spent too long on the other thing. It's fine. It spent too long and I started it too late as well. It's all good. We're raiding out to Echoplex. Alright. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus alongside the Transstride with the Daho raid buff. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid buff. That's how you show appreciation. Those are into 20K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know if you want to do the thing you said you wanted to collab on tomorrow, Boy Meets Mini, or if you want to do it Sunday, but we'll figure that out, right? So, yes, collab with Boy Meets Mini on a video that we're going to take a look at. Tomorrow is best? Okay, we'll do it tomorrow then. Alright, gamers, then in any case, what? Tomorrow collab with Boy Meets Mini and more factoring our Oreos and whatnot. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.